Today I will be giving you a translation of the meeting between myself and these two guys. One is ANDREJ Stefanić, the other one is TOMAZ NAPEČNIK. Meeting took place on October the 25th, 2024. The two guys I am referring to, ANDREJ Stefanić, would be head of the organizational unit, Reporter, Deputy Chief of Police, Inspector Specialist 2. TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, Directorate for Police and Other Security Tasks. Sector for Complaints Against Police, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Directorate for Police and Other Security Tasks. This translation of mine we also use as a correspondence to SONJA BREZNIK, his claims, which are so insane that I will request psychiatric evaluation for her. Already based on the report that she furnished me with, I will demand a thorough psychiatric evaluation of this lady, who, by the way, is a state prosecutor. She's a district prosecutor. Before I get myself on this translation of this meeting, which took place on October the 25th of 2024, I will point out that she really prided himself with a thickened letter to have overthrown my complaint, as she referred to the version. And then she stated the reason that this had nothing to do, that officials did just work based on uradna dolžnost, based on their duties, official duties. She declares that ANDREJ Stefanić and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, that I stated, okay, that ANDREJ Stefanić and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK came to the wrong, untruthful conclusions. That she stated, that I stated, that the two came to the wrong, untruthful conclusions. She claims that I stated that along the procedure, they tried to terrorize me and physically with me have handled me physically, straightened me up physically. SONJA BREZNIK also claims that due to the fear, a reading of the report was made impossible for me, and the procedure itself was finished so rapidly so that I would not even have ability to comment as a matter of fact, the two did not give me any kind of ability to respond to it. She stated this on the front page. That's what she states on the front page. Well, let me clarify immediately something about this issue here, about the SONJA BREZNIK. So this is before I go to this translation of this meeting between me and these two guys. In continuation, I also encircled with a red, you will see a SONJA BREZNIK equaled the procedure of MK Ultra with the telepathy. And she also made claims that I have never bothered myself to explain to the police officers at Novo Mesto police station what MK Ultra procedure is, when in fact it was on at least 5 occasions that I explained to the people who were involved in a torture what exactly the MK Ultra procedure is. So I find this insane. I'm not going to say as well as mine I should bring myself a voice recorder and then simply play them over and over and over the same response I have given to the previous police officers, because that's how evident it was that I have over and over and over took time to explain them what MK Ultra procedure is. Psychiatric evaluations, because telepathy, which I never ever have mentioned in my lifetime, was part of me. SONJA BREZNIK, District Attorney SONJA BREZNIK equaled with the MK Ultra procedure, for which obviously she claims is a procedure that does not exist. SONJA BREZNIK claims that what you see here is a product of imagination. In fact, a hallucination. Equals one, just as I stated, with issue of a telepathy. Just so that you will understand the issue of the telepathy, how far Russians, Serbs, Slovenes, British have gone to convince me with Americans, with Germans on the issue of a telepathy. The best answer I can provide you is Vladimir Putin, who personally set an appointment for me to have a sexual relationship in a Belarus, in a Vitebsk in 2017 with a girl by the name Tatiana, who was also involved in MK Ultra and who insisted me during MK Ultra for probably some 15 years that the two of us can communicate telepathically. This is the issue I have never mentioned at any time, absolutely anywhere. Yet this girl, and there was a few other Russian girls whom Vladimir Putin have used to convince me there is a possibility of communicating with one another telepathically, and did so by involving these girls in it, and what actually culminated in a sexual relationship between me and this girl in Belarus, Tatiana, in 2017, who did absolutely everything to convince me that the two of us, when we engage in a sexual relation with one another, are communicating based on MK Ultra telepathically. Yeah, I did refuse to see myself in it despite everything, and it was really fun to do it with her. But this is how far they have managed. This is how Russians, Serbs, Slovenes managed to get as far as telepathy. Not even a trace of telepathy I would acknowledge from my end. I absolutely never did, as SONJA BREZNIK claims, communicated with the state and with the state officials, or was directed by the state telepathically. She claims this, and that's why I stated that she has a serious psychological problem, because she's a pathological liar, a psychopath. It concerns my mental health. It concerns my physical well-being. 53 years of my life, as you know, was wasted on psychopathic lies from Serbs, Slovenes. Actually, let's put it this way. Slovenia is a shithole which is telepathically controlled by the Serbia and by the Russia. Slovenia is a schizophrenia. And I am a living proof of what I stated. Because if that would not be the case, I, as a native, never ever would have to bend down in front of the Russo-Serbian interests in Slovenia. Yes, am I correct or not? So, this is a definition of her mental state, health. She claims that I stated that the state at age of 3 months commenced to engage in MK Ultra procedure, and she put it in a funny way, like I am stupid, paranoid, doubts about it, with the words, this apparently to the one that is happening, less to right now, to this moment, the procedure which supposedly was ran by various politicians in the ex-state Yugoslavia, just as in Slovenia, in addition to, I, Boštjan Alses, have stated that with it, they will be causing me traumas. They would supervise my life, telepathically directed him. There was a sirens that were blowing across the river, so I had to stop, and they stopped. They just briefly started to blow the sirens, and so when that's going to be, when they will continue to do this, and as you know, I will take a date and time of this monster. Today is May 11 of 2025. It is my father's birthday. On Sunday, just like this, we'll take a date and time, and as we go along, Sonja BREZNIK continues to suggest that I stated also other nonsense statements next to the telepathically directing me. I was along the procedure on multiple occasions asked about. However, the two things, however, did not pertain to ANDREJ Stefanić and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK. Now, the letter which Sonja BREZNIK have written is written in extremely disturbing, this is extremely insane, disturbing, nothing to have to do with reality manner, and for no wonder She is trying to do her best to confuse in the letter with police officer Jaka Rezelje, and Jaka Rezelje. These are the reasons why I will demand for her psychiatric evaluation, because she is completely incapable. On the report right below, you can see that she is not capable to discern, deliberately so, with idea to disturb as much as possible. That's what she was doing. You can see right here the name is Rezelje. You can see it right here. Clearly, you can see the name Rok Rezelje. That's what we will be talking about today. And if you scroll down the paperwork which I supplied for the meeting between myself and ANDREJ Stefanić and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, you will see throughout the report which ANDREJ Stefanić have written, everywhere is mentioned Rok Rezelje, just the way you see it from his writing, from his report right there in front of you. This is a big deal. It's extremely big deal, actually, because ANDREJ Stefanić, this individual with whom I was, with TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, I'm not going to say that he spent a half an hour reprimanding me for making him a statement during the meeting of July 19, 2024 on how the man I met with, and I am really not familiarized with because he did not issue me a state ID or anything for that matter. I have referred to him as a Jaka Rezel instead of Jaka Rezelje. And these are practically same names, except there is a C and there is Z that is different inside of the last name. Yet Stefanić, who did not have absolutely anything that he could counter my claims, spent about a half an hour talking about Rezelje, correcting me. This was the only mistake I have made, was wrongfully spelled his name from Rezel to Rezel. So what she does, she is now again deliberately using the issue of the Jaka Rezelje, that's a wrongfully spelled name, which Stefanić corrected me over and over and over and over and over again in front of TOMAZ NAPEČNIK from Ljubljana, who came to Novo Mesto on a meeting. But this is very, very important because the lady is insane. She's a psychopathic liar, a maniac, a psychopath, that with her writing is trying to disturb, disrupt, and twist complete lunacy that one could only see inside of the Hollywood movies. As serious audio tapes recorded in Slovenian language twist them into completely improbable, insane, twisted outcome, which was a copy-paste of psychiatrists who were involved in MKUltra, tortured during MKUltra, and who were writing themselves reports about me once they have hospitalized me in 2012 in whichever way they wanted to do so. So this is just a continuation, this is continuation of the psychiatric writing that doesn't have nothing to do with reality. BREZNIK further alleges, I agreed. She further alleges, I agreed. What she refers to as a pomiritveni postopek. A pomiritveni postopek was a complaint against a Novo Mesto police station against violence which Novo Mesto police station run. The reason why I stopped on the June 21st was to submit complaint against Novo Mesto director Igor Juršić and entire Novo Mesto police station for enforcing the crime against me based on MK Ultra procedure. However, the core of the complaint was concentrated on MK Ultra genocide based on MK Ultra procedure, which commenced at my age 3 months by Republic of Slovenia, not Yugoslavia. Republic of Slovenia was the one within the Yugoslavia which commenced this procedure within the Yugoslav state, yes. It was such thing as a Republic of Slovenia, which she does not want to mention absolutely anywhere. And what, as independent Slovenia continued upon its independence in 1990, yes, that's precisely right. She claims that I did not explain anything about what MK Ultra was, brands the whole thing with a nonsense stupidity. I agreed, she claims, with absolutely everything, and did not explain anything about what MK Ultra is. That's what she claims. She claims I agreed with it. She claims that there is no evidence that the two, during the procedure itself, were trying to terrorize me, physically get even with me, if I translate this properly, and due to fear made the reading of the report, I should say, the impossible. So through the terror, basically they would scare me away. And it's also that I signed, so therefore there is no grounds for the prosecution against the two people. Now, let's go from the beginning. Tomaž Napečnik claimed was a bodybuilder. This is a tall guy, strong guy, who physically demanded at Novo Mesto police station during MK Ultra to have on several occasions physical confrontation with me. The procedure which took place at Novo Mesto police station was rehearsed over and over and over and over again. Since 1995, at least since 1995. In 1998, Novo Mesto police brought on the picture through a future meeting at Novo Mesto police station ambulance sirens, for which I already explained. They were playing with anxiety. They wanted the maximum anxiety with me. Torture, physical torture, went on at Novo Mesto police station before one was built, even on the construction side. The first department of Novo Mesto police station that was built was the investigation department, talking about the new Novo Mesto police station. During this procedure itself, between me, Napečnik, Stefanić, Stefanić organized during MK Ultra arrest of me, had me arrested by the police officers on several occasions at Novo Mesto police station, and did threaten that the only thing he is afraid the most is that I would not sign the document. I don't like to look the way you see me now. I more look like a Charles Manson, angry, frustrated, not even a little bit confused. I'm thinking about the Stefanić, what he did to me with Napečnik. I am thinking about her. I am thinking about SONJA BREZNIK, and thinking about the stuff, how she even stated will do the complaint. And she told me, and it's what she's going to have to confess about, will write about the telepathy. I had nothing to do with it, deliberately. And the second thing that she will write, she will concentrate on the threats involving obviously Napečnik and Stefanić, and would do so because according to the statistics of her office, most of the people should not even submit complaints through her office and cannot submit complaints, online complaints through her office, unless they state that people who were involved in the procedure were directly involved in threats, etc., etc., etc. And I'm right now not even doing any of the stuff, going through it. But this is what she explained to me inside of our house, inside of our kitchen. And that was SONJA BREZNIK. The way I resolved that issue was by never stating what I previously have stated, knowing exactly that I will be challenged on the issue of Napečnik and Stefanić as far as bodily harm threats, etc., etc., etc. Especially since those in an ambient of the police station would be the thing impossible that would take place after I was assaulted by the two police officers, such as Jaka Rezel and Stojan Pevec. It's very important for me to state this stuff. Another issue for me being very important to tell you. You see this room here? This is exactly the table that you see right there. The room, this room here. This is where I had SONJA BREZNIK sitting with me exactly next to this table I am at, and doing the whole breakdown of this letter. There are variations of this letter, of course, but more or less the main stuff that she concentrated on is the one that, it's why I stated that other people got this letter. You could write this letter 50 years ago and it would be valid for today, for tomorrow, for 50 years ahead, because it's got nothing to do with the reality. That means that she concentrated in the letter on the things that really didn't have nothing to do with the reality, and on things for which she knew that I will complain about just to get complaint going, but for which she did not know that I will rationalize with exactly what I have stated. Pevec, not only ANDREJ Štefanić and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK both posed in front of me as a tough police officers, did exercise on several occasions physical restraint by simply dispatching inside of the police room where interrogation would take place. The people who were involved prior to the week of, basically police officers I interacted with prior to the week of October the 30 and during the week of October the 30. Simonic would step inside of the room, other police officers would step inside of the room and would start to ask them what the problem is and so on. As far as Napečnik, he demonstrated me how strong he is, and he played a really, really bad guy in front of Miran SODIN, whom they also have at the police station. This letter was in making at least since 1995. This letter was in making since 1990, since Slovenian independence. And this letter was in making, if you pay attention to what I dedicated the video about the building itself, where a specialized state prosecutor is located in Ljubljana for investigation of official with a special authorization. I give it the whole history. It was involved, the building itself during Yugoslavia, the Slovenian building in Slovenia, in Ljubljana, was involved with the people in it. Since my early childhood, since my earliest childhood. That's a bus station, that's a train station. This is where they took me to Belgrade and to other locations from, oftentimes, but not always. So this is her writing is climax of the lunacy. Yes, everybody involved in MK Ultra knew about the letter she would send me, and nobody more than British royals beginning 2012. This letter right here that is written in front of you. And then, yes, the letter was written in such a way that if you enter the text inside of the Google, you got a really good, in details, complete translation of the letter. Imagine that Charles had this letter on a table. King Charles now in 2012. So this is very, very few things, very, 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 very important to state. Yes? If you are not going to sign, this is going to be sign for us that something is wrong with you. Yes? And that's what they were doing during MK Ultra. They had police officers coming inside and taking me out in handcuffs. That actually did took place with the Igor Juršić on the picture at the Novo Mesto police station on multiple occasions in front of ANDREJ Štefanić, which was, by the way, one of the most violent people. The only thing about Stefanić is he was not posing in front of the violent stuff. He would always have other people handle the stuff. This was the man who interrogated entire court of Novo Mesto, including the prison part, about me, their views on me, and willingness to collaborate in crime against me, etc., etc. This is not an angel, for one thing. And the second thing is, Stefanić, I'm talking to you in English language, and the way I talk to you is very reasonable, very logical, very articulate, very intelligent. Translated my complaint, which I was trying to do my best, to do as professional as possible, to completely dement me with his language, which he was using during MK Ultra to brainwash me on a fucky road. This man had a whole vocabulary of pika na I, bullshit, dot on the I bullshit type of stuff, with which he was dementing me during our prior meeting, which took place on July the 19th of 2024. So the word is about extreme lunatic inspector, criminal, superintendent, whatever, who was preparing on this stuff for a very, very, very long time, involving even a funny vocabulary with which he was doing anywhere from the violence all the way to using a vocabulary of his words through which he was trying to make me see myself through MK Ultra in a primitive way. It was established in continuation, if, as the lady said, if I would made it to the Supreme Court, just as I suggested, ANDREJ Stefanić on July the 19th, 2024 report to look rather primitive and not really myself in any way. I couldn't say this to him directly. I will explain to you about all this stuff. Therefore, I wasn't the one in control in any way. I was making the report, but the stuff they were doing was the stuff that I had to accept. Number one, for the complaint to even go on to be accepted at the police station, based on the police officers' involvement in this case, criminals who tortured, I had no place other to go to complain to than to go to the police station to take the hardcore evidence about the Novo Mesto, about the Slovenian judiciary system, about the Slovenian judicial system, about the courts, about the law, the way it functions in Slovenia. I would love to go other place, but there was no other place I could go to. And it's not that I did not acknowledge them as insane, because I did. I acknowledged them as insane on multiple occasions. I will translate the audio between myself, and ANDREJ Stefanić. And you will see that this writing here from ANDREJ Stefanić had nothing to do with me. It's his choice of words. It's his choice of thoughts, the way he put them. And he would not want to do it professionally. For the girl who was involved afterwards from Slovenian Supreme Court, that they dedicated me some girl, a younger girl with university degree, she created already her own version of the letter. However, I would have to complete the letter with her and acknowledge the writing of the Stefanić as completely insane, saying that if I was the one who would write the stuff like Stefanić did on the report, then the way the Stefanić wrote on the report involved completely distorted, demented language, thought pattern, basically. Just as if you would have a psychiatrist putting the words in your mouth that would have absolutely nothing to do with the reality. Basically, your story misinterpreted in a rather bizarre way, like some criminal would come, drugged up alcoholic, that would come on a police station, would start to do, like in a stupid way, talk to you. Yes, I have to translate July the 19th, 2024, the meeting of Stefanić with me. So one thing to acknowledge is that lady is as fucked up in the head as he gets, and she does need a psychiatric evaluation, because this here was designed, this was created, her report sent to me was created to dement me, based on having nothing to do with reality. This was designed to dement me, not only to make me look stupid, but to dement me. Obviously, this cannot make you look stupid if you provide the audio recordings. But this letter was designed, just as ANDREJ Stefanić stated and Miran SODIN have stated, for me to take one to the court, and so they could continue with the letters with psychiatrist's commands. Remove the hardcore evidence, that is audio recordings. In continuation, you will see that Stefanić insisted with TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, after I did not agree with it, to take complaint instead to the local district prosecutor. How much the fuck do I don't have to agree with for me not to be arrested at the police station? How much is it that I have not to agree for you to understand as a Slovenian in a Slovenian language an audio recording which took at Novo Mesto police station to make conclusion about what actually took place? You fucking whack jobs. She needs a thorough mental evaluation for the stuff I stated. There is absolutely no doubt Sonja BREZNIK is not in the right state of mind. She is criminally insane, sick in the head. She sickens other people. She kills other people with sickening them. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Nurse Janko from Home for Elderly People was squashing, killing my father morally by Slovenian police bringing on the picture criminals from the European Union. There was one criminal, I think he was either Spanish or it was from Belgium, but I think this guy might have been Spanish, who claimed was investigator, and he brought on the picture other criminals for whom Slovenian police started to insist indirectly through hush-hush, using Nurse Janko, whom they have treating during MK Ultra father inside of the local hospital, Home for Elderly People, on how if it will go through the Slovenian court, it will be shorter. But if the European Union investigators will take place, if they will respond to this, etc., etc., when would they respond to this? My father was all crazy because he was asking them about getting him rather killed. He didn't want to live anymore from this torture. They told him 9 months is going to take for the European Union officials to respond. And then they tell him it will be 12 months. So Nurse Janko was psychologically exercising violence, killing my father mentally. Basically, my father today is 93 years old. Now imagine yourself being pinned to the bed 24 hours, 7 days a week. And you are 20 years old, or you are 30 years old, and it goes like this for years with your having tube inserted in your stomach. Would you like somebody to come to your assistance and already investigate so you could get over with and move on with your life? I told you, he did not even want to eat food at home, and he didn't want to go to exercise with me and go fishing with me. Because why? Because it wasn't worth to be alive, because it was better to die. I agree with it. I agree with it. I agree with it. You're by some miracle watching this program about Slovenia. That's a real miracle. Not whatever they tell you in Vatican. Not Međimurje, as they call it here in Slovenia, whatever the fuck. Međimurje, Maria. Maria shows up and I don't know what. Miracle. It's a miracle on the Montana or whatever. Fuck your miracles. Life is a miracle and life is war. It's a struggle. It's a fight. Fuck your Jesus and your ways, the way you look on life and lie and kill with the lies. This is what went on that day between me, Stefanić, and Napečnik. They tried to hush me. They didn't want me to even return back. They demanded from me they wanted to crush me based on MK Ultra scenario. However, I turned it in a friendly as possible way so I could go home and put the whole thing on the internet. That's all there is. from the audio recording with which I'm going to proceed, it's more than evident I did not agree with absolutely anything. Did I sign it? Yes. Yes, I fucking sign it. Yes, I fucking sign it. And MK Ultra is not a telepathy. MK Ultra is not a telepathy. This is not a telepathy. Doesn't have nothing to do with the common, with the telepathy. Yes. You, if you wanted to leave, and 99.9% and 99999, none of you would even come anywhere close to where I made it. You would sign it too, and you would agree too, and you would be nice too, and you would tell NAPEČNIK, like I did, who came from Ljubljana, you would tell him you have a safe ride to Ljubljana, basically, and fuck you. Because what you want to do, you want to take this home and put the evidence on the internet. That's what this shit is all about. Not getting killed at the police station. Now let's proceed with this stuff. And let me do the translation for you. I am just, this stuff is extremely important to explain, because it's the stuff you're gonna hear as I go along the recording. Is important for me to declare before the translation of the video. What sense the fuck does it make me to translate to you the audio if I don't explain to you the circumstances beforehand, before we even get into it, to this stuff? It makes no sense. Then you're going to only listen some audio translation, which still doesn't have nothing to do with what SONJA BREZNIK have written on the paper. Yeah, but still it makes better impression for me to explain about the meeting beforehand, before I start the translation of one. So now let's go and let's translate this video. So basically I come at the police station based on the brainwash Mercedes with a KP with a copper license plate that would belong to NAPEČNIK. I am just gonna skip this.
There was some brainwash with the video who would come on this hearing.
The individual who would come to the hearing, you can, let's go, I'm gonna play you the whole thing. It's gonna be, get ready for this. Get ready for this. It will last, I estimate, for about 6-7 hours. What angers me even more about it, Novo Mesto police station, a police officer such as Božičnik, Juršić, several of them started to sit at this room right where I am at, right here. And they started to... Oh, this is another thing I did not even mention. Another bad news for Americans, for the British, for the Brito-American German scum, the so-called allies. You made an agreement with the Novo Mesto police about the quantity of the torture, the quantity of the killing caused to me, which they refer to as sitting on a cancer. Demanded from me to go eat good and to exercise. I would not sit on a cancer and do the translation, etc., etc. So you get the taste about this. Let me add to this. During translation of the audio recordings from Novo Mesto police station, which Novo Mesto police officers did through self-interrogations, one of the individuals who played myself, who put himself in a parenthesis in my skin, was Igor Juršić, who had himself interrogated by the Stefanić, Napecnik and others, demonstrated a certain amount of hours would be allowed to be spent at Novo Mesto police station. Of all the meetings the police prepared for me through certain number of police officers, complaint proceedings, there was only a certain amount of time. Slovenian police told you Americans, Germans and British that I would be obligated to translate. You Americans and Germans and British and others got audio recordings of the Novo Mesto police officers who interrogated themselves at Novo Mesto police station to prove you that it's actually possible to translate all the audio recordings in about 3 days, based on amount of hours which should be completely comparable to the stuff I would go through. You did, because it was about you demanding to know how much time would it take exactly for me to get the stuff done, due to what SONJA BREZNIK have stated on her report would be 30-day time frame from receiving of the letter, from signature for the letter, to file the complaint at the local court. You do. Novo Mesto police officers, including Director Igor Juršić, was taking me for a walk during MK Ultra with other police officers. Then he would sit in the chair and he would start in front of me to imitate a schizophrenia, translate whatever he recorded himself with Novo Mesto police station officers whom they met me on a week prior to incident on October the 30 and during October the 30 incident. The ambulance worker who popped up on October the 30 of 2024, who met, not a physician but worker, who met Milan Sudin, did imitation of the schizophrenia based on prior meeting, prior intervention at Novo Mesto police station. They involved ambulance vehicle not only to go past police station, but they have ambulance workers, physicians entering police station where police would have me to imitate future hospitalization, which Milan Sudin exercised on October the 30. That's how bad this stuff is. This is important to consider, even that SONJA BREZNIK hallucinates that MK Ultra does not exist and the whole thing was just a telepathy, whatever the fuck she hallucinates about. And yes, that's how far Russians, Serbs, Slovenes have gone in respect to telepathy. Putin stated, oh, telepathy. The telepathy is the easiest one. Yeah, it is. It is. The telepathy is the easiest one with your clients over there in Russia, that you do your Udrisina Ubioca system. Yeah, but I am not from there. It is the easiest one for sure. Let's go, and we're going to do translation of the audio. Now the translation. October the 25th, 2024, the translation of the audio between me, TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, and ANDREJ Stefanić. Stefanić, funny. They were looking at me, why am I don't like his name, Stefanić. Already his name is fucked up. Is Stefani. It's a funny. It's a Stefanić boy. And this was a funny boy. Funny boy. fucked up in the head, boy, like more fucked up in the head than lunatic on the steroids, maniac, psychopath. Yes, of course I like him under MK Ultra. I like any idiot. The more the idiot, the more I like you. Not exactly, but how could I not like the guy like this? The MK Ultra. Let me explain to you about MK Ultra. How people get killed the most during MK Ultra. This you involved numerous torture dots with obviously many different facial characteristics of the people getting in your face and demanding from you to see yourself in them. They have these beautiful ladies, all kinds of people, and they demand from you to rate how people look and so on and so forth. When they notice that you see yourself in somebody, they just let, over the course of time, a flux of people that are first friendly with you. Then what they do is they fuck you. They appear themselves on ugly scenarios with a torture involved in it. Then they introduce new people, and this shit went on for 48 years. And these new people that they introduce have the same facial characteristics of the people whom you already have rejected. And it doesn't matter based on what you have rejected them. Whether they did not appeal to you because they look like Putin or whatever, because they wanted certain facial characteristic to look evil, diabolic, and even worse, the people whom you embrace turn back on you, claiming you that you are I don't know what, a reincarnation of the Lucifer or Satan, whatever, and that they suffer because of you, they have a problems and so on. Many of you would say that's a betrayal. You're going to have a Joe Biden coming in your face, or Slovenian garbage, or whatever garbage coming in your face, and they're going to say, or Angela Merkel, this is a new guy or new girl, whatever, you don't like it, it's because they have the right to reject you based on your looks during MK Ultra. Do whatever they want to do with you. But you don't. Even if you reserve the right to retaliate and reject certain group of people, you do not. You don't. They ask you, what the fuck is wrong with you? Think about what I told you right now. There's a lot of sense in it. How would you feel to continue with the stuff like this for 48 years like that? They have the right to do whatever they want to do with you. They have the right to shit in your brain, do with you whatever they want to do. That's how people get really killed during MK Ultra. There was some guy apparently who couldn't see, and he was scratching the faces of the people. They exampled me with him in Chicago library during MK Ultra procedure, and they demanded, that's you, that's you. That's a very good illustration. That's very good to put it. Basically, a person who develops hatred for the human faces starts to hate human faces, all the faces. This is what British royals wanted to do together with Milan KUČAN. The final plan for this fucky game was to turn me into complete a lunatic that would just walk around and he could not see the people and so on. You understand me what I'm saying? This is how they kill people. This is MK Ultra. This is what I have gone through and did for 48 years. They couldn't do anything about it. That's, if you can do something like this, and then you are really something different. If you drugged up for 11 years, 24/7, being subjected to this type of mistreatment, and you can survive the stuff like this, kudos to you. Translation. With you it's wrong, with them it's never wrong, just remember, and that doesn't matter what they do. Like Joe Biden would say, but that's not supposed to be like that. Not supposed to be like this. But he never said, the stuff done to me, not supposed to be like that. That was none of his concern. It was none of their concerns. The concern only is when you took initiative, when you start to do the stuff, when you start to retaliate, when you start to take countermeasures and you start to retaliate. This is what the problem is. First part is going to be all in English.
KPLP 738. This, according to the brainwash, would be an individual who would come on this hearing.
Dobar dan. Jaz imam pa tukaj srečanje ob 9. uri. Se pravi na današnji dan, če hočete pogledati vabilo. Okay, hvala. This was just me asking the receptionist, dispatcher at the main lobby area at the Novo Mesto police station on October the 25th of 2024 for appointment I had with police, basically with the police. Police appointment. I am angry. I am angry about this stuff. I am angry. I am angry about, the most I'm angry about is because this is a theft of time. There is an old man that is dying over there, and there is no way for me to reach to him because of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen, European Commission foremost, that dictates crime from outside of Slovenia, because of US Justice Department of State, because of Civil Rights Division, US Justice Department of State. I am angry because of the White House, because of the US Congress, because of the FBI, because of the CIA, because of the way they conduct this stuff. I mentioned to you earlier, I requested during MK Ultra for Slovenian parliament to be incinerated, literally. I am angry because of 53 years of life wasted, because I shouldn't be sitting here, but I get to listen sirens, and I get to watch people driving past me, enjoying their life, enemies basically who did this stuff to me. I am angry. You would be too. I'm not happy about it. I got to waste my time on a stuff like this because people who are involved in this did absolutely everything for Slovenian side to get me killed. I have the reason to be angry. You would be too. A beautiful day outside and I'm wasting my life like this. It's not very good.
Both police officers involved.
The criminals are awarded for the crime, for the genocide against me with the extraordinary pay, with the extraordinary salaries. They go to vacation. They vacation themselves. Stefanić hosted me on multiple occasions in Croatia, NAPEČNIK in Alps. Have a wonderful life. Basically get paid for doing nothing other than causing people harm, crime. You would be angry too if you would be told they would be watching every activity you do in the internet. In every second that you would dedicate to the Facebook or to whatever you will browse on the internet to elevate your brain from this degree of lunacy, acknowledge as a waste of time and even as a necessary potential murder of the father, because you don't think about him and you simply don't give a fuck. And that stuff was done through what is known as overflow of issues. So basically they fuckatard you, they retard you, they brain kill you through this degree of violence. This shit went on since 1995 with the father, killed the father and so on, since 98 actively through his hospitalizations. So this type of life, compare with the shit sleep that you don't get even sleep, compare this to the people who sleep, who live like kings, and go and fight with them, compare yourself with them without basically having the reason to be alive. You would be angry too. This is the European Union. They said that they're going to change then. It's going to be better. They will make changes. The same people who did this are the same people who will make changes and everything will be better and good and everything will be fine. They demand in your face to shut up, to keep your mouth shut, because if it's gonna be too much, too many things, and they didn't want to refer to their own shit, talking about the British more than anybody else, as crime, as genocide. Americans, Hollywood and so on. Politicians, if it's gonna be too much, then we cannot resolve this. if it's going to be too much. You would be angry too. You wasted your life with a scum like this. Being in this situation, you would be angry too. And you're not even you. Remember, you are it. You are it. You are saw nothing, heard nothing, know nothing. You don't practically exist. You're just a schizophrenic. What you are doing is reviewing imitation of the schizophrenia, basically. Something they equal to telepathy. They say the MK Ultra is a telepathy in Slovenia. Laughing in your face. All the insults I got from this woman and all these police officers from police station, and this is what I have to go through. Okay, I don't want to waste your time either like this. Here is obviously nothing going on, so I am going to skip this. Nothing going on, obviously. I'm going to skip that. The original recording, of course, I supplied one. You already have the original audio of October 25th, 2025. Stefanic, Napecnik, you already have that. Napečnik, Stefanić, criminals from Novo Mesto police station demanded from me to sign the document to already during the first meeting with the Stefanić, which took place on July the 19th. They were using equivalent to these meetings with the Stefanić, always was accent on we have people come here who are also mentally retarded, and one also our job is to determine that people that come here that at least acknowledge the report and so on, so they don't make some kind of incident and so on. Otherwise we have to take them, sometimes we have to take them away, psychiatric hospitalization and that kind of stuff. This was during MK Ultra. We have to make sure that you don't come here to waste our time, that you don't come to fuck around at the police station. No. This was the stuff that gave Stefanić the right to repeatedly, not only Stefanić, but Juršić, who also was one of the people that would participate in this bullying, torture at Novo Mesto police station, the right to arrest, to take out of the room, opposed to Miran SODIN, who called me out on October the 30th to the lobby area. ANDREJ Stefanić used people that he would call from the hallway, police officers that would come inside during MK Ultra and arrest me.
questions by a police officer, that the police officer is supposed to be making decisions about the whole thing. That's like the police officer right hand of the police investigation unit, I would say. I have not seen how many stars were, but this is a lawyer, some type of lawyer that is employed with these. He is uniformed police officer. We're going again to the NPS scenario. Yeah,
Stefanić comes out and he invites me into the area of the police station through the electronically secure door. Okay, he takes me into the area of the police station and also sits me on the chair. He is using on the opportunity a girl. Her name is, I don't know, MOJCA Gosenica, something like that. That is a co-worker of a man who wrote me a right turn ticket on a semaphore light in Žabja, right next to Eurospin. That is Božičnik. She will be the one writing the report. He presents me also the man from Ljubljana, sector for the police. This is his first last name, security task, and Directorate for Police and other security tasks. Sector for Complaint Against Police, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Directorate for Police and other security tasks. That's it. So, MOJCA Gosenica, girl. Involved in MK Ultra before she even became a police officer. Will, a co-worker of Božičnik. In a police uniform, will be the Rhine report writer. Uniformed police officer. TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, police officer in civil clothing, or police officer equivalent in civil clothing. Let's just put it this way, so that you get somewhat idea, impression about what that looked like. I think everything is important, including this. So, Stefanić explains to me that he simply invited Napečnik from Ljubljana to witness the this is where we have already big problem here. Well, they refer this to the mediation. I continue to refer this to as a complaint procedure. That's a big difference. So if you refer to me as a mediation and I refer to this procedure as a complaint procedure, you know that we are already completely on two different, that we don't have nothing much to do with one, right? There is absolutely nothing to do with one another. I will explain this stuff in continuation. Anyhow, I explained to TOMAZ Napecnik that he also was one of the police officers involved in MK Ultra procedure, with whom I already am acquainted with. The both of us are acquainted already with one another. These police officers, Stefanic and Napecnik, did not only have negative scenarios, but also positive scenarios. So it was normal for the Croatian politicians to suggest me they have chosen the Stefanic to assist me in Croatia because they deemed that this is actually a family man. Politicians from Zagreb, as he was vacationing, wherever he was vacationing, wherever he had me with his wife, Dalmatia, I don't know where. I would have to look on the map and think about that stuff. Wife is a teacher, is a good family man, is the right person to handle this, so that they determine blah, 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 blah. And when you're doing this stuff, when you're investigating during MK Ultra, you're first of all investigating a good faith of the people. You are investigating a good faith, and then based on the good faith you get from the people, you're going to make decisions about exactly what you are dealing with, and then based on that, you take next steps. You cannot judge everybody in the same way, because if you judge everybody in the same way, you do wrong, because there was also people who didn't like any of this stuff. A lot of people. Most of the people did not like this shit. So before you judge anybody, you have to study the person. And that's what I have done along this meeting. I tried to be diplomatic as much as possible. I am just doing the business over there. Work, basically. So the first thing I explained is, to the Stefanic, this is not about the mediation procedure. I correct him immediately. This is not about the mediation procedure. This is not about the mediation procedure. I came on June the 21st, 2024 to file the complaint against the police station. I came to file complaint against MK Ultra procedure. Police crime, entire police station against Director Juršić. So where the fuck do you get an idea that we are dealing about the mediation procedure? Just because you attacked me, you are trying to change the nature of my visit, which took place on the June the 21st of 2025. So I correct this immediately. I let this politely explain him that this is about the complaint procedure, not about mediation procedure. They tried to change the purpose of my visit since 2018, when I came to the police station and talked to them about MK Ultra procedure. And they did so by introduction of the psychiatrists, pushing me out of the country, make me run from the country again, attempting to with another psychiatric hospitalization procedure. Based on MK Ultra, they already rehearsed. That's why I ran from Slovenia. I wouldn't run from Slovenia for no fucking reason. When they already demonstrated in MK Ultra that the next step is to come to pick you up with an ambulance vehicle, then you don't wait. If you wait, they come to pick you up and you're gone. Back to psychiatry.
tukaj v bistvu gre za ene druge stvari. Kot sem vam omenil, dva policista sta samo pač bila dva v nizu teh zadev. Ampak pri celi zadevi glavna stvar najnega tukaj pritožba proti policijski postaji, proti vašem direktorju oziroma pritožba proti genocidu. Se spomnim, da sem vam omenil, da se je začelo to z enim letom moje starosti.
I explained to the Stefanić and NAPEČNIK, both of them I explained, this isn't about only two police officers who were used as a chain of problems. This is about the complaint which I filed against entire police station and your police director Igor Juršić. This is about the complaint which concerned MKUltra, which concerned genocide through the use of MKUltra, which it commenced at my age 1 year and less. When I was not even 1 year of age is when this procedure commenced. I say to him, and I repeat to you, this isn't about the two police officers. This is about complaint against entire police station. This isn't about two police officers who were used in the knees, I don't even know how to say this, in a chain of these events against me. This is about complaint against entire police station, against your director Igor Juršić. This is complaint against genocide based on MKUltra procedures. Procedure which commenced against me when I was not even 1 year of age. So, Stefanić states, I will do the report and you... He make himself look like I told you about that everything was timed, that they break my balls all the time. I would prefer to have all this stuff audio recorded between us, and so that they would not waste time, because the time is of such a great essence to them, and they would afterwards type this, create the police report in a professional manner, in a professional settings. However, he doesn't want to do this. I don't want to make him a hard time. This is a very long story to tell. It's a big complaint to tell. In reality, I wasn't even talking much. The one who was talking was Stefanić, who presented me in front of NAPEČNIK the so-called findings. He came to his findings, which I also have rejected, as when he asked me if I agree, I told him basically it doesn't have nothing to do with reality, and there is no way I possibly could agree with it. Oh, so let's just continue with this. So he corrects me. He says, no, we will do this professionally, the way it's supposed to be. So he you know, I don't know. Watching him makes me sick, because he is like he's sitting at the police station doing this stuff for the first time in his life. In reality, what he is doing at that point, he is just reminding me basically on how I have to hurry up, how difficult this will be for him, etc., etc., etc. And all the police officers were doing this. They talk about the food that they have to go eat. They talk about the coffee, that they have to go buy themselves a coffee. They insisted about the coffee, that they have to go Very difficult setting, basically, to begin with. Now, the way you hear this stuff, it sounds like he's completely normal. He is, for himself, he reserved the right to look professional and normal. We're going to do this all professionally the way it's supposed to be, he says. Oh, yeah. But in my ears, based on MK Ultra scenario, he was doing something completely different. He instructed for me to see this as. That says a lot to do with it. Everything. He starts to read me this part here, and this is basically why I have made sure that I would go and prepare one into translate one basically from English to Slovenian language, actually from Slovenian to English language. This is very fucked up stuff, but this is basically, I'm not even sure whether I should translate this to you, but this is a blah 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 based on the laws, articles, etc, etc, etc. Let me just let him go loose, and then what I will do is I'm going to read here based on what I understand he stated, more or less. Let's go. Let's go do this stuff in on the conciliation procedure. Therefore, on the mediation conciliation procedure, he continues to refer to this as a conciliation mediation procedure, drawn up on the basis of the Article 149 of the Police Task and Powers Act, Official Gazette of the Republic of Slovenia, number 15 through 2013, Amendment 23 to 2015 and 10 through 2017. Herein, after the end police, the second and third paragraph of the Article 5 of the Rules of the Resolution of Complaints against the Work of Police Officers, Official Gazette, number 54 through 2013, in the appeal case of the complainant Boštjan Ausec, that's myself, against the police officer of the Novo Mesto Police Station, Stojan Pevec, and Jako Recelj. The conciliation procedure will take place at the premises of the Novo Mesto Police Station, Ljubljanska cesta 30, Novo Mesto, on October the 25th, 2024, starting at 9 a.m. I do not understand why exactly is this individual referring to this stuff as Recelj again. Is he completely insane, or together with yeah he did refer to in the individual who met me at the Novo Mesto Police Station. He referred to one as Recelj. Right at the top of the document that right at the top of the document, at the beginning, Stefanić referred to us to what he will continue to refer to as RZLJ. He refers to him as a RZLJ. Look at that. So this is deliberately driving one crazy. You will see this when we continue with this stuff, that this is a total lunacy. So I don't know. I really don't know what is wrong with these people. They both have serious psychological problems with it. I don't know what is wrong with these people. As to, you will see that in continuation, he will berate me. He will actually attack me for referring to him as Rätsel and not RZLJ. So this is crazy. This is really, really crazy stuff. I really do not know what is wrong with this man here. He obtained a statement from the three police officers, of which one was Rätsel and the other one was Räzel. And this is what he was making the deal out of it instead of doing his job. This, to him, was the main thing. This is what he put his brain to. This here. One was Rok Räzel, RZLJ, and the other one was RZLJ. At the same time, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to go into it. So, going through this stuff that I started, the conciliation procedure, it's important that you pay attention. He mentioned Jaka Rätsel. Okay, so he concentrated on Stojan Pevec and Jaka Rätsel. So he concentrated on this guy here, and this is what is important to me. That's what he demanded from me to see. This. At the beginning of our meeting, he was talking about this guy here, Rätsel. Let me just continue with the reading of this material. The conciliation procedure will take place at the premises of the Novo Mesto Police Station, Ljubljanska cesta 30, 8000 Novo Mesto on 2510, blah. Head of attendees are ANDREJ Stefanić, complainant Boštjan Ausec, that's myself. And then you have a MOJCA Gosenica Kreuz as the recorder, and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK Police Complaints Department. That's supposed to be also a police officer, but there is no police officer. And that's where we're going to go next. Let me allow him to talk here. Okay, I asked him if he could please explain to me what is the name of the lady. Other than that, there is actually nothing to report. He continues to talk about the reconciliation procedure initiated by ANDREJ, Stefanić, etc. Basically about the articles and so on. Nothing important really.
Yeah.
He tells me her name, MOJCA, GOSENICA, whatever is her.
Okay.
I thank him for giving me the name of the girl. I am going to stop here at this point the recording because he is talking about me. As a matter of fact, excuse me, he is talking about his investigation. Yeah, very important for me to accent is that his meeting was composed of 3 parts. That's basically findings based on my report to him, and his findings based on a report he obtained from the police officers. This is what this is. This is the part. In this part, he is talking about me, what I came to the police station for, what happened, and in continuation, what he as an investigator of the police officers have managed to gather. It should be on my behalf, basically, as what took place in respect to my complaint. This is the part where we are at right now. So I do have to the first part he is considering in his reconciliation, the so-called reconciliation procedure. He is considering our prior meeting from July 19 of 2024 when we met, and I did not translate that one yet. I did not provide the translation of that one entirely yet. Yet I can assure you that I was by far more professional than what he was. All through, he did assist me in a satisfactory way, I would even rate, with procedure during our initial meeting on July 19, 2024. It became clear that he is distorting my presence at the police station. And based on the audio recording which I provided, it's also evident that he ridiculed himself by doing so. Because whoever would go and review the tape of July 19, 2024 meeting between me and Stefanić, he would come to the conclusion that I acted much more professional than he did. Based on linguistic issues, turning the sentences in a proper way, making it logical, yes, I did. And just as I stated, this guy literally practiced own vocabulary pertaining to my case to twist one as much as possible, to basically change the nature of my visit to the police station as much as possible, to twist one as much as possible, portray me like nobody, basically. So he is repeating the findings of July 19, basically my report at the police station, which I submitted to him.
zbiranja dokazov, seveda katerimi bi policijski organi želeli pridobiti za slovensko sodne dokaze o umski bolezni. Umski bolezni so predvideva nasilnost posameznika napram družbi in halucinacije posameznika na podlagi neustaljenosti ter samourejenosti. Naloga policijske enote je še danes zbira dokaze zoper mene od leta 2012, ki jih nasleduje naprej pred postopkom NKUČA. Z mojim očetom so prijateljevali prejšnji direktor policijske uprave Novo mesto, 15. majski direktor policijske uprave Novo mesto, Janez Ovojnik in direktor Prednik, katerega je tudi spremljal v daljšem direktor policijske uprave Novo mesto Igor Dušič, ki je pod njima prevzel vso zadevo. V tej zadevi bi se odločil na materialne dokaze, fizične dokaze. Med materialne dokaze štejem pošto ali ekspresa, ki bo odprta noter poškodovano naročilo.
This portion of report was not supplied on his writing, and it's a portion of report that yet needs to be translated from Slovenian to English. So that's right. It is the report I will still have to translate. I owe you a translation. Of course, I owe myself a translation of July the 19th, 2024. This is a broad explanation about what we have gone through with the Stefanić on July. It was also Zupanc. Zupanc and Stefanić were present on July 19, 2024 during my complaint, continuation of MK Ultra complaint. So, no wonder I talk about what MK Ultra is. He's talking about right now what MK Ultra is. So, I don't even know whether I should already start explaining that I did explain what MK Ultra is to him, and he is basically explaining right there in Slovenian language what I stated to him MK Ultra is. So, I really don't know. I think I should translate this anyways. This is a complete breakdown of MK Ultra that started at my age, year one of my age, from the side of the Josip Broz Tito in Yugoslavia. It's a procedure used by the police. I'm not going to go by this stuff. This is the first explanation, a thorough explanation of what MK Ultra is, manipulation of reality through subconscious mind, formula, complete explanation from the side of the police, organi, policijski organi, the police, from the side of the police. I give a total breakdown about what MK Ultra is and what MK Ultra is used for right then on. Again, basically, Stefanić was the one who did read for me the report, the previous report of July 19, 2024. But I have to say, in respect to SONJA BREZNIK, that Stefanić did not include this detail on his report. Yeah? I have to say that this portion of report of our meeting with Stefanić and Napečnik from October the 25th, 2025, this is not listed on the report. So she had no way actually to see. She had absolutely no way to see on the report. Nobody had the way to see. It's important to know, to expose this manipulation from the Stefanić. It's a crime actually. Yes, I was not even aware about that, but this is very, very important because of such an extensive writing. Yeah, yeah. Stefanić was trying to manipulate with the Napečnik, with Tomaž Napečnik. This is already a serious crime here they committed. Okay. Yep. I already established right now that Stefanić bypassed together with Napečnik fact about my detailed explanation what MK Ultra procedure is simply through a reading of our meeting therefore between me and Stefanić, which took place on July 19 of 2024. And as he read this meeting between me and him and Stefanić, therefore in front of Tomaž Napečnik and in front of this girl MOJCA Gosenica, he does not include the fact that I did explain what MK Ultra is in details in this report, or that he read me in front of Napečnik and MOJCA Gosenica detailed report from what I submitted to Stefanić on July 19, 2024. This is not falsification from the side of the Stefanić, but is definitely a manipulation, a lie, attempted deceiving through literally a paperwork Stefanić created. He did not involve the report from prior meeting with me, Stefanić, therefore. Yet he is reading one. He is reading this. Yet he did not involve one on his report. This is the report, and is not nowhere to be found. The stuff he's talking about is nowhere to be found. Yet this is the stuff where I explained in deep details about what MK Ultra procedure is. Better than any psychiatrist can explain, better than anybody can possibly explain. Nobody knows about MK Ultra as much as I do. MK Ultra can be and was used in my case on a million different purposes. The main purposes consist of destroying me, it became evident, through psychiatry. In a concept of you did not commit the crime yet, but you will. You are guilty of committing crime which you will commit. And MK Ultra would not be my crime, but they labeled me as a paranoid schizophrenic before even having any kind of proofs, any kind of evidence about mental illness. And so in this case, MK Ultra was used, in my case, MK Ultra was used to prove that something was wrong with me after all. Imitation of the schizophrenia, simple as this, as Igor Juršić referred to one as even. in this portion, we are dealing with manipulation of the documentation, of the written documentation, as Stefanić is reading something that he did not include afterwards on his report on the day of my meeting him and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK. Therefore, on October the 25th, 2024. And what SONJA BREZNIK apparently have used at her advantage to present me as crazy. Basically. Claiming that I did not even explain what MK Ultra procedure is. So, together with MILAN SODIN. So, in other words, he provided a clearance for MILAN SODIN and for SONJA BREZNIK by omitting to mention on the document a detailed explanation about the background of my case, the nature of my complaint. You understand? It's very, very important. At the beginning of our meeting with NAPEČNIK, Stefanić stated that this is reconciliation, mediation. I told him this is not reconciliation, mediation. This is a complaint against MK Ultra procedure, which I filed against entire police station, not only two police officers. Two police officers are just two parts in the chain of these issues involved in MK Ultra. So he tried to verbally change the nature of my visit to the police station that day. And he didn't do this. It was a Ministry of Interior that did that part for Stefanić. All good, because there is nothing I can do. There is absolutely nothing. I cannot go and put the gun on the minister of Slovenia and say, hey man, I came to the police station to file the complaint against the whole police station, against Slovenian state, based on MK Ultra, which you are exercising since I was less than 1 year of age. I cannot do that. It's very important, as I stated. I have to play along. Whether I like it or not, I am raped to play along. And as we go along, these people continue to change the purpose of the complaint. Just as in Ministry of Interior changed the nature of a complaint for Stefanić into the so-called mediation procedure, and they were all involved in this stuff. This is how now Stefanić is changing the nature of my complaint. Not nature of my complaint, but this is how Stefanić is changing a future response from MILAN SODIN and from SONJA BREZNIK into the letter which afterwards was delivered to me, as I demonstrated to you, by SONJA BREZNIK through MILAN SODIN, where they claimed that I did not even explain to the police officers what MK Ultra is. And they do so based on the paperwork. They don't consider audio recording as evidence, is why and how. So they continue to change the whole thing. They continue to change and change and change and twist into something completely different. The guy from the European Union, whoever that was, he claimed me that I must not, that we must only do the translation. The translation doesn't do anything for me. The translation is the crime. The nature of the crime is the translation. This is the translation. I was going to do the whole only thing as a translation. Yet the translation doesn't have any point. It doesn't have any kind of meaning. There is no meaning to translation. If I only do translation, you can translate this to yourself in whichever way you want to translate this. But this is not the point. This is about MK Ultra case, which they label as a case of telepathy. That's what MK Ultra is. They claim in Slovenia, they claim MK Ultra is a telepathy. So this portion of the audio recording here, I will reserve and get one translated for you on the following translation. I will translate first Miran Sudin, psychiatrist also in Ljubljana Polje. Then what I will do, I will also translate you the meeting between me and Stefanić on the July 19, 2024. However, what I will do, before I do that, I will take the paperwork from our meeting, which took place on July 19, 2024, meeting between me and Stefanić, and I will do the same thing, so that what you can do is you can enter this, or I will do, in the Google and get that translated to the English. Because that is the part that Stefanić is talking right there, right now, and that's the part that is not included in this, in his report. You can see how many pages are here. Exactly what you see below, I posted. Exactly what you see, I have posted below. So that's an important part. That's an omission. That's a real trouble for Stefanić now. For every one of them, because they were all involved in this stuff. Not supposed to do that. I basically have explained on July in such a professional, such a beautiful way what MK Ultra is. It's basically about the collection of the proofs that it's all based on a prior MK Ultra torture, and these proofs which Slovenia prosecutors gathered from real life, Slovenian state attempted to justify the mental illness with. They have even labeled me with in 2012. And what the fuck is not explained about what MK Ultra is? This is a definition that pertains to my case. MK Ultra can be used for a million other things, and it was in my case. However, in my case concerning the Slovenian state, Slovenian police was used exactly for this. That's all there is to it. It's a simple, clear, clean definition. MK Ultra, brainwash, submental manipulation for purposes of manipulation of reality in an individual, which Slovenian prosecutors, police attempted to use for evidence collection, for collection of the evidence against me in order to prove mental illness on me. What is not easy to understand about this? Sonja BREZNIK. And yes, they did this through the forced unemployment, they did this through the habits which they even developed at large during MK Ultra procedure. They were trying to collect these things through all forms, through everything possible.
Pošto ali ekspresa, ki je bila odprta, bo tako poškodovano naročilo. Danes bi bilo zame poglavitno, da dobim posnetek videonadzornega sistema, ki snema dogajanje v stiski Audi v mojem mestu. Do dogodka je prišlo dne 21.6.2024, nekje okoli 16. ure, ko sem prišel v prostore policijske postaje Novo mesto in na srednjem mestu srečal gospoda Pevca, ter mu povedal, da bi podal ovadbo znotraj policijske postaje Novo mesto in predvsem gospoda Jušiča.
What I'm going to do here, because of this stuff here, because this is insane, I do have to make sure that I am just going to copy paste this stuff, reserve this stuff to that I'm not going to be bothering with this stuff twice, so that if somebody's going to say that I did not explain what MK Ultra is, we're just going to do this stuff here, just like this. This was that much in respect to whether I did explain or I did not explain in respect to what MK Ultra is. This was recorded on October the 25th, 2025 between me, Stefanić, and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK. Clearly, I explained them exactly what MK Ultra procedure is. We're going to start doing this along as we go. Turn this into productive way.
Pošto ali ekspresa, ki je odprta, znotraj poškodovanega naročila. Danes bi bilo zame poglavitno, da dobim posnetek nadzornega sistema, ki snema dogajanje v policijskih avtih.
I explain in details that this is a procedure enforced through the police, in other words through the gaslighting, which involved destruction of the private property also, through the mail deliveries, which I consider to be was one of the proofs for the gaslighting. This is how this type of collection of the proofs, evidence is collection is created. I talk about the police directors that were involved in it. This is about Janez Ogulin only. This is about Gulaj, and this is about the old director also of Novo Mesto Police, the one that served the police in 80s, before this police station even came to existence. New police station, therefore. He served as a police director in 70s and 80s. There was other police directors.
Ter bom povedal, da bi podal ovadbo znotraj policijske postaje Novo mesto in predvsem gospoda Jušiča. Gospod Pevec me je po scenariju NKU tako slobodno preiskovanega kriminalista Recnja. Moje srečanje s kriminalistom Recnem je bilo natančno po scenariju NKU. Med ponovitvijo postopka NKU je prišlo v Avli do poskusa fizičnega obračuna, da je postopke NKU predvideval proti dveh policijskih uslužbencev. Reakcijo iz moje strani, ki bi jim sicer omogočila uporabo policijske sile.
Stefanić at this point is talking about, he is explaining about issue of my meeting between Jaka Rezel and Stojan Pevec, which took place on June the 21st, 2024. Something I have discussed with Stefanić previously, therefore on July 19, 2024. That's what he's doing. And I don't see this stuff would be mentioned anywhere on this complaint. He is explaining this stuff from my perspective. Actually, this is the stuff that's interesting. Yeah, this is the stuff that he... This is the stuff that Stefanić, however, is talking about it. Yeah? this is the stuff that Stefanić starts to, this is the stuff that Stefanić starts to, 3, 4, very difficult the way he is doing this. He's going zigzag back and forth. He mentioned this stuff on the prisutna policista, pritožbe 5, 4. Tri, 4, pritožbe tole, 3, 4, 5, 6, ok. Izjava pritožnika, predstavljen zapisnik in tako naprej. Ja. This entire procedure, based on what I see here, is done in such a way so that the entire procedure that we are talking about here is written on the paper, the way he is reading the stuff and the way he put this on the paper, that practically has nothing to do with one another. He just explained the stuff that he did not include it on his paperwork, and that literally explains, from my point of view, I explained what MK Ultra is. Clearly I explained him what MK Ultra is, a definition of MK Ultra that pertains to my case. And on his writing, which nowhere this stuff appears about Yugoslavia, nothing appears about Josip Broz Tito, none of that stuff. Just as the European guy who was here, this investigator, whoever this guy was, I'm not being confused, because I recall the European guy who was here inside of this room, watching this stuff right in front of me, sitting at the room. And he entertained with the issues with which the police wanted him to entertain whenever he would visit our house. You know, police had me barricaded inside of this room and was talking to me about also complaint issues. It was all kinds of stuff. That basically suggests that they were playing with, and yeah, it's visible from this paperwork that they were playing with the way they assembled this written procedure from the police station. Stefanić now positioned himself into the role, into my role, and start to explain, talk about complaint which I submitted him on July the 19th, 2024. And it's really impossible to coordinate, from my point of view, his procedure with the paperwork. Because of the part I am going to translate is the most important one in this audio. and that concerns his findings, what he learned about when he was doing investigation. That's the most important part about this audio recording, because that one had nothing to do with reality. This is why. And everything, his findings, the way he found, the way he came to conclusions, is just the omission of facts, a lies basically. That's why that stuff is so important to me. This is insane, man. Based on what I see here, I also came to realize that he is not even minute. That's 3, 4, and yeah. The stuff that he continues to talk about is the stuff that, as I stated, I will discuss separately. It concerns July 19, 2024, and when I recall this European guy whom they had here, this stuff was deliberately done so that this European guy insisted me, you must not make any break, you must not this, you must not that, everything must be fluent, everything must be like this, everything must be like that. You're supposed to know exactly where is what is compared to the audio recording and so on and so forth. Otherwise I lose time, and I don't want to lose time, and so on and so forth. It was this man, obviously, they have used to frustrate, to downplay this compare. I'm gonna say to you that this is the part Stefanić is talking about, nowhere included on his paperwork, just like the nature of MK Ultra I explained. He also did not involve anywhere the nature of my complaint on this report, but obviously it refers in another paperwork, that paperwork from July 19, 2024 to some other paperwork, basically. Yet he is talking in front of NAPEČNIK right there as about what took place, what I complained about, from my point of view, have taken place during my complaint to Stefanić on July the 19th, 2024. So he set a perfect circumstances for omission of facts on behalf of Miran SODIN and what became SONJA BREZNIK, just as they coordinated with one another to change the namembnost, the purpose of the complaint. No, this doesn't make any sense for me to explain again, because it's the stuff I already have explained in detail when I translated the video of original incident which took place on June the 21st, 2024. I did translate the whole incident. I described the whole incident right there that day, what exactly took place, everything I did. So I also did a good explanation to Stefanić on 1 month later, on July 19, 2024, yet he did not include any of that stuff into the paperwork of October the 25th, 2024. So this stuff here, just bear with me. I'm going to go through, I'm going to let this stuff through. The important part comes when it comes to his findings. So I find this also the way to push his way, Slovenian police way, to push people away, to make people disinterested through the chant, blah, 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 blah. I might actually even skip this portion and go to his findings, because on October the 25th, 2024, that's supposed to be about his investigation of my complaint, which I submitted to him on July 19, 2024. That is the important part, not this blah blah here. I am going to skip this. Doesn't make sense to me, none. All the stuff that I skip is the stuff from July 19, 2024. This is the stuff that he's reading. And I don't want this on the picture. We are now on October the 25th, 2024 is what we do in the translation. And that concerns the most his investigation. That's the part I want. This is the part when he says, you told me this on July the 19th, 2024. I agree with it. I just want to move on, and I want to see, basically, based on my complaint to him, what exactly did he found. I agree to him. I say yes. Now, he said we're going to finish whatever we did on July the 19th, 2024, and we will move forward. And I look forward to this forward. Yes. Okay.
Letos vikend bil seznanjen, torej bom seznanen z 5. in 6. odstavkom 150. člena Zakona o nalagi policije. 5. odstavek pravi, če se pritožnika umiritelnega postopka drži in se pritožnik ne strinja, da pritožbeni postopek se vpisal v zapisnika končan. 6. odstavek govori takole, da če se pritožnik ne strinja z ugotovitvijo predstavljena pri umiritelnem postopku ali se ne drži umiritelnega postopka, vendar do razpisanega umiritelnega postopka sporoči, naj se postopek nadaljuje in se naposled celotni spis tako vstopi v ministrstvo, ki vodi nadaljnji pritožbeni postopek. Če pritožnik kljub nestremno ugotovitvam in ugotovitvenem postopku predlaga konec postopka, kjer se navede v zapisniku, se pritožbeni postopek podpisni v zapisnika konča.
Okay, this is the proof that he and NAPEČNIK basically lied that day. I am going to multiply this here. He's going to put this, we're going to amplify this stuff here. At the beginning, do you know when the beginning of this meeting on October the 25th starts? After 20 minutes of reading me about the meeting I had with him on July 19, 2024, therefore a few months later, as I meet in October the 25th, 2024, and make sure that this is deliberately done, 2025, October 25, when the year in fact is 2024 and so on. You can see the correlation of Slovenian confusion, the way they designed the complaint, how they matched October the 24th with what they knew is going to drag into the year 2025. Yeah, but it's October the 25th. They knew it's going to drag into year 2025. So October 25th of 2024, for which they knew it's going to drag into 2025. So this is a mental design, as a mental clusterfuck all the way, deliberately with the dates. Rezel, did not say this, said that, telepathy, all that stuff. It's all designed as a mental clusterfuck. It took them no less than 5 months. It took SONJA BREZNIK no less than 5 months from the state prosecutor to write me the letter about my meeting with Milan SODIN on October the 30th of 2024. I finally received this letter on April the 10th of 2025, after I submitted one on November the 10th of 2024. So it's a fuckety mental clusterfuck, marathon of the mental clusterfuck angry issues mixed inside with the European Union, United Nations International Criminal Court, European Union Commission, American US Justice Department of State, Civil Rights Division, deliberate sabotage for the sake of Slovenian trash. This is what this shit is. You heard me about repeating you October the blah 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 and so on. They carried on something that started eventually on June the 21st. It started on June 21st and they carried on all the way to October the 30th. And then it took the state prosecutor, after I composed the whole complaint, research, investigate the whole thing, make the whole complaint. It took her, after submitting her complaint on November the 10th, 2024, it took her 5 months to send me the letter at home. It took her 5 months to send me the letter. 5 months it took her, all the way to 2025. So it's a rackety-packety, all based on MK Ultra brainwash. You can never be smarter than they are, because they get paid to sit and do nothing and respond to issues whenever they deem based on MK Ultra crime, which they assembled since my childhood, when to respond and how. All coordinated through TANJA FAJON, who negotiated this crime with the foreign officials. Now they have her in Slovenia as a foreign minister.
Pritožnik je bil seznanjen, to je bil seznanjen z 5. in 6. odstavkom.
I just need to see something here, because I'm going to even accuse these people of deliberately creating documents that did not even make any fucking sense in the first place. I need to see that, if that's actually possible to prove, and that would be quite a big deal for me, actually. This is yeah. If I really did submit the report like this, and if I was a police officer and I had somebody coming to me and submitting the police report the way Stefanić have written, I did, I would really think of the person that he's mentally retarded, when in reality, when in fact, the way I have spoken to him, it's very important to translate our meeting. Is like a top diplomat, so it's a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of everything they invested into lies and frustration, basically, to accomplish he created this interview with me in front of Napečnik in such a way so that it doesn't even make sense to follow through the translation of the document, because it's completely opposed to our meeting. He's pointing out in completely other direction and everything is disarrayed. He formatted report contrary to our meeting. The way he organized the meeting, the subjects, is completely contrary than what he listed the subjects on his report. So it's quite impossible to follow through this stuff here. It's complete dementia he created out of this, which was also discussed inside of this room with the police, with the European investigators and so on. They talked to him, hello, what is this? Because it was Stefanić that already during a rehearsal of this schizophrenia inside of this room, it became evident that it was completely contrary from his interview that would take place. It was his paperwork. It would be everything upside down, basically, so that you could not follow, obviously, so that I could not follow through the paperwork. That's how demented this stuff is. Let's go and let me translate this to you. Fuck that paperwork. Because it's useless.
Pritožnik je bil seznanjen, torej bom seznanjen z 5. in 6. odstavkom 150. člena Zakona o nalogah policije. 5. stavek pravi, če se pritožnik pomiritvenega postopka drži in se ugotovitve strinja, je pritožbeni postopek s podpisom zapisnika končan.
At the beginning of this meeting, and the meeting finally starts after 20 minutes of wasting my time with a meeting between me and Stefanić, which took place on July the 19th of 2024. Obviously, that this individual is a Satan. Is obviously designed the whole thing in such a way so that people would even walk away if they would listen to this stuff. So that, given the reason, basically, this European Union officials that participated this to walk away from this stuff, and given the reason, every possible reason for me to give up on this stuff, translating it even, is when our interview finally starts. So after wasting me 20 minutes, we finally move on onto whatever is written on his paperwork in whatever sequence, I do not know. It is total dementia, basically, that it can be matched in absolutely any way with his interview. Let's go with this. He explains to me like this. He tells to me like this. Let's do it again. This is important part. This is the most important part. This is why. Let me explain something. He wasted 20 minutes on the laws, on the paragraphs in Slovenia. What dictates what, the penalty law, the criminal law, blah, blah, and talk about our meeting from July 19, 2024. No less than 20 minutes. Exactly as he stated, inside of this room, inside of this house, it will be done. After 20 minutes, he goes and he tells me what I can do if I do not agree with complaint. At that point in time, inside of that room, it is very difficult to even hear what he is talking about, because the room is designed in such a way, and he talks in such a way that everything is, it's actually even difficult to understand him. What the fuck is this guy talking about? He talked about the most important issues in exactly the same way as he was talking about other issues. So that the words, this stuff will go basically past you, especially if you have so many other issues you want to discuss. Yet at the end of our meeting, he doesn't mention absolutely anything about what you are about to hear next. So 20 minutes to brain kill you, and the rest of it, when you ask him, where can I complain next? He says you cannot. You can take this to the state prosecutor, basically. The crime is right here. It's coming next. Listen to what he had to say here. So 20 minutes to beat the brain down. After 20 minutes, he tells this. Stefanić claims that I was acquainted with the Article 5, Article 6, whatever, laws pertaining to the police. If the complainee is present on the police procedure, and if he agreed to it and says this in Slovenian language in such a way as it does not fucking matter at all, extremely casual, even difficult to understand, that if you agree with it, the procedure is finished, is terminated. That's what he stated right there. If you attend and you agree with it, the procedure is finished, terminated. The sixth article, however, states that if the complainee does not agree with it, or he does not attend the complaint procedure, I don't understand at all what the fuck he is even saying, because this is how this guy talks. He talks in such a way that you don't even understand. Finally, just as I stated, I'm not there to listen to him about his articles and stuff and so on. I am there to find out what the findings of the crime were. We still did not get about what was the finding about the crime, about the complaint I submitted to him, involving what became even 2 police officers who met me on the June the 21st. Nothing, man. This guy continues to talk about something I don't even understand when I go over this stuff here. He refers to this as a mediation, a reconciliation procedure. If you don't attend one, or if you disagree with it, I don't understand even what he said. Okay, the way that he stated this stuff is the most bizarre stuff I have ever heard. I am going to highlight this. I'm going to copy this stuff because I do not understand at all what he stated. Yet this is the most important part. Stefanić evolved around during MK Ultra torture. His entire MK Ultra torture was concentrated on this part here. And he does this part after 20 minutes of brain killing. So we're gonna do it like this. Let's do it again, and we're gonna put this back like this. This is very important for me because I have to investigate even what the hell this guy stated.
Šesti stavek govori takole, da če se predložitve ciljne ugotovitve predstavlja na ponovitvenem postopku, ali se ne odloži ponovitvenega postopka.
How the fuck is this? If the complainant does not agree with the procedure, or if the complainant does not attend the procedure. Explain to me, how do you put in one paragraph if the man does not agree with it, or if the man does not come? Where the fuck is the connection if he doesn't agree or if he doesn't come? Explain to me how the fuck is this?
Šesti stavek govori takole, da če se predložitve ciljne ugotovitve predstavlja na ponovitvenem postopku, ali se ne odloži ponovitvenega postopka, vendar do razpisanega ponovitvenega postopka sporoči, naj se postopek nadaljuje in se nato se celotni spis tako izstopi ministrstvu.
I don't even understand what they are saying. He is saying something about I don't understand in Slovenian what the fuck this guy is saying. The ministry is the one that continues the continuation of the procedure. He talks, and you can hear this. He mumbles. You know, I can say to you, mother went to the store, or I can say to you, do you understand? Mother went to the store, or I can say to you, mother went to the store. Do you understand? That's a big difference. That's a big fucking difference. And he does this basically after the 20-minute brain kill. What he suggests is paradoxic idiotism. He suggests if the complainant doesn't come to, if you don't attend, or I don't know, if you distance yourself, or if you disagree with it. These are different situations that, for fuck's sake, I don't understand how this stuff even applies to me when I am there. I am there, and this is obviously very important stuff that involves my entire life, and this is basically what I get as an explanation of this stuff. They did mumble to me something about changing the constitution and laws, something that will pertain to my stuff in 2012 and in 2013, making the amendments that would make this complaint practically not understandable. They did talk to me about this, talking about the Golobic, KUČAN, FAJON, BORUT, PAHOR, police. Talk about the police officer, let's say Zajšek, who claimed me that a police officer is a communist. Police officer is a communist. Think about it. Every police officer is a communist. Why? Because every police officer help the people in need and must put the need of the people before his needs. Every police officer is a communist. Hey, man, we talk about such a dementia with these people. Such a craziness, lunacy here from Novo Mesto police station that it wasn't about my being there to run this procedure, to bring this procedure to an end, but basically to participate, to collect as many proofs as possible. So that's also the proof that this is not how the fuck you do this stuff. And one more thing I have to say, it was established that that room where this took place already during MK Ultra is a completely inappropriate room for interrogation of the people. This criminal, talk about the Stefanić, knew exactly in which way to talk. They tested the entire room about how the walls reverberate the sound and knew exactly where to sit, how to sit, so that his mumble basically will become a part of my reality through SONJA, BREZNIK, through MILAN, SODIN, and those sirens that they blew and so on. Let's continue with this stuff because it's just getting better. I don't understand what the fuck he said. I think that he said that it's in Ministry of Interior that will continue with your complaint or whatever. I don't know. Yet this is the most important part, which I did copy to another window. The issue of where can I take the complaint next? Stefanić's issue of where can I take complaint next was part of the ANDREJ Stefanić is schizophrenia, collecting the proofs about my mental illness program. Because Stefanić have with Igor Juršić, with Janez Ogulin, with entire leadership of Novo Mesto police station, police investigators, at least police investigators involved in this crime from Novo Mesto police station, checked one room after another, talking about interrogation rooms, or if you like, rooms where they meet, at least with complainees, with the people who come to complain at a police station, or they have something to report to police station, where they file complaint. They have evaluated at least 5 different rooms for the sake of play, future play with MK Ultra pertaining to my case. I know they evaluated at least 5 different rooms, and the most suitable, and I'm not going to say the most suitable to manipulate, but the most, it was deemed by the most suitable, by ANDREJ Stefanić personally, the most suitable to prove the case of schizophrenia against me was the room where this conversation, if you like, complaint, mediation, reconciliation took place based on ANDREJ Stefanić. So when I say that they evaluated with me, literally, Igor Juršić and others, as per which would be the most suitable room to conduct interviews, whatever. This, right on the bottom floor, I think like the first 3 rooms were the most, according to Stefanić, the most suitable. So don't even think for a second that they did not evaluate it, they did not contemplate it also on play with what made my job extremely difficult, audio recording issues pertaining to these rooms. Very difficult, they established, very difficult to audio record because of some kind of a, I don't know, is it isolation, the wall isolation or whatever it is. The rooms are literally made according to ANDREJ Stefanić for this type of stuff. They literally build them in other rooms where they took me. There was one more ample room where they tested me also. It was even more difficult to, I understand, they concluded it was even more difficult to audio record the room. They tested other rooms, at least 5 different rooms, and this, according to Stefanić, was the most suitable room for the sake of the future interview at Novo Mesto police station. even for my sake, is what he claimed. Now, that they did they did test it even, how to manipulate the position in the room where I would sit. This is why this is so important. And how I would hear the stuff if we would be directed talking at different locations inside the room. This is yet another issue. And what exactly that means, Novo Mesto police station also played with my hearing. They play with my hearing. Stefanić suggested, maintained that I should have even used a hearing aid device because of my problems with hearing. He said that this is just your problem, but based the way he presented this issue with TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, it becomes completely evident that he had absolutely no interest in making it so clear how I should proceed after 20 minutes of talk with him and NAPEČNIK, where and how I should proceed from within, to get things done. Now, instead, he elevated tension with, playing, as it becomes evident, with video camera report and so on, that kind of stuff. He was trying to, get something out of me preemptively, as much as possible, feedback that he could use against me, something wrong with me. He was there to collect proofs about something being wrong with me. Now, would I go personally and talk to somebody about such an important case in a way he did? Well, it doesn't take a genius that this is not a proper way to discuss. Clearly, inside of the room, I can hear myself clearly, and when it comes to his talk, at least certain portion of his talks, they're very difficult to actually follow because of what I explained. The technique that he uses rather would be qualified as a mumbling technique, like mumble. Mom went to the store. You can clearly understand, right? But if I say, went to a store, that's going to be difficult for you to understand. So I start to fuck around with something hearing me clearly and something clearly not clearly to hear. You make the person, I'm not going to say bored, disinterested, but you are out there to do your stuff. And whether that person be cutting in front of you, asking the questions, that depends on the person. But I already established that these people have no interest in helping out that day for many reasons. So at least 5 rooms were evaluated. So that's up to every individual. I will maintain against Stefanić that he did not take time to properly explain the most important issue on the interview, and have instead even suggested that the next stop for me should be actually at the state prosecutor after he, in Slovenian language you say klobasati na klobasati, created a masterpiece that would give maybe any state prosecutor second thought about what exactly he's dealing with. He did not report it according to, I should say, investigated, and he did not report it according to what went on. He did not investigate it, reported about what actually took place, with every possibility of doing that, and he did not create the report, the police report, based on his own investigations, based on what I reported him, and based on understandable enough for the following person, for the next person that would be in line to basically, he left the questions open, such as might not even explain about MKH or stuff like this. He did not wrote on the report and so on. He left a lot of space for abuse, let's just put it this way, for the next person in line to have ability to abuse. At least 5 rooms were inspected in respect to tested out, even with me inside, and that included the rooms upstairs on the upper floor. to see, basically asking me in which room do I feel the best, which one is giving me the best feedback, meaning that they were using my equipment, meaning they were using also headphones that at the time I did not even have. They blame it at all, that would be blamed on headphones and so on, suggesting me to go to the library, Novo Mesto Library, where they also would deliver me on a frequent basis, where they also tested the equipment, talked to the librarians in the Novo Mesto city, to see if I would even have one piece of headphones that they could keep for me and stuff like this. You don't do that stuff like this. When you work at a police station, you are paid basically to do the job, not to do the bullshit. Yes, that's a valid claim. I am going to put this stuff one more time and try to make sense out of it.
Tretji stavek pravi, če se pritožnik volitvenega postopka drži in se ugotovi, da strinja, je pritožbeni postopek s podpisom zapisnika končan. Šesti stavek govori pa takole, da če se pritožnik ne strinja z ugotovitve predstavljena po volitvenem postopku ali se ne drži volitvenega postopka, vendar do razpisanega volitvenega postopka sporoči, naj se postopek nadaljuje in se napose celotni spis, tako je stopi v ministrstvu, ki vodi na danih pritožbeni postopek. Če pritožnik kljub nestrinjam z ugotovitvom in volitvenem postopku predlaga konec postopka, kjer se navede v zapisniku, se pritožbeni postopek s podpisom zapisnika konča. Povzetek in obravnavanje pritožbe in navedbo pritožbenega razloga ter kršenih človekovih pravic in temeljnih svoboščin. V pritožbi pritožnik poštena oseb, policistom policijska postaja na mesto očita neustrezno komunikacijo in delo. Pritožnik navaja, da sta policista delovala personalja in ultra, da sta ga hotela prestrašiti s svojim počinjenjem in komunikacijo.
He started to talk again about, obviously this time from his perspective. I have to go slower and do this stuff. So,
povzetek in obravnavanje pritožbe in navedbo pritožbenega razloga ter kršenih človekovih pravic in temeljnih svoboščin.
he is very, very unclear in his stuff anyways. Based on his... I shouldn't look at the translation, fuck that, because I don't know what is with that translation. I will translate to you word by word here when it comes to this. I'm not going to bother with that. He again talk about something in respect to in protection of the human rights, basic rights, whatever, liberties, whatever. And in the complaint, a complainee, Boštjan Avsec, that is me, is očitati, I don't even know what would be exactly očitati, but it is important because this stuff we will repeat, okay? Očitati, očitanje. No, it's definitely not. So we're gonna have quite a problems here with this stuff. I see this already. Reproach, you know, I am reproaching, I don't know how many of you are going to understand this stuff. Let me try to find something that's going to be... Okay, so I found a way that we're going to do this stuff here. A reproach, and we're going to do the synonym, and so that the difficult words are going to be accessible to everybody. That's the most important issue for me. Synonyms. Reproach. Reproach, rebuke, reproof, admonition, scolding, reprimand. Okay, a reprimand, you know what a reprimand is. If you basically, you reprimand the police station. In the complaint, I reprimanded the police station to him. Lecture, whatever you want to call this. I did not lecture, but I complained. I complained about. That's očitanje, based on communication and work. The complainee, that's me, alleges that 2 police officers acted based on MK Ultra scenario, and the 2 were trying to intimidate me, scare me away with its behavior and communication, with their conduct, with their aggressive conduct. The 2 were trying further to physically get even at the Novo Mesto police station with me. I do not understand how the 2 would get even with me. This is inappropriate Slovenian term for this type of situation. If I would refer to this, I would just say the 2 were trying to create an incident based on which I would be arrested and, of course, institutionalized. Through the medical problems which these people have created and ongoing use of psychiatric medications which caused so much harm to me, just as everybody involved in MK Ultra stated me also killed. But this is not where we are at. But yeah, I allege that the 2 improperly communicated with me and were trying to create through provocation, basically, incident. Let's try this again. Basic liberties, freedoms, blah, 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 blah. This is now his speech. I allege that the 2 police officers acted based on MK Ultra scenario, and the 2 were trying to scare me away, intimidate me through the use of through the communication and their conduct. The 2 were aggressive and were trying to create incident, physical incident at Novo Mesto police station. In Slovenian language, this, what I stated to you, is about 10,000 times more sophisticated than what I explained in English language. The complainee alleges 2 police officers to engage in improper communication. Pertaining to the police procedure. There you go. He is basically justifying his investigation, and I think this is where it all starts, or I should say continue. If I repeat this stuff to you again, it's here. This is basic. This is the way he did this complaint. I mean, this is on the page 1. Yeah, this is now we are on the page 1 after spending 21 minutes, blah, 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 we finally get to the page 1 of his report. Summary of the complaint under consideration and statement of the grounds for complaint and the violated human rights and fundamental freedoms is what Stefanić reads me. In the complaint, the complainant Boštjan Ausec accuses the police officers of the Novo Mesto police station of inadequate communication and work. The complainant states that the police officers acted according to MK Ultra scenario as they wanted to scare him with their actions and communication, very aggressive toward him, and wanted to physically confront him in the lobby of the Novo Mesto police station. Finally, we are on the page 1. Let's move. Page 2. In the complaint, the complainant accusing the police officers of inappropriate communication and attitude of the police officers in the police procedure. Statement of the evidence obtained is what Stefanić claims. To establish the factual situation in relation to the complaint, we verified, so because I know that you too can read, we verified the facts and circumstances and the compliance of the operations with the legal norms or norms of professional conduct and carried out the following measures. So this is very important for me. This is the most important part for me. Photocopy of the daily work schedule for 21/6/2024. Before I move on with this stuff, it would be really, 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 really nice to hear and this is truly, truly insane, you know, that the most important part, which is this part here explaining if I don't agree with it, where to go next, what to do next, is nowhere to be found on Stefanić's writing. That is fucked up, man. Don't you think that the most important part of the complaint pertaining to the rights pertains to the part where you explain the complainee about his rights? In continuation, in addition, if he does not agree with it, procedure, yet it's nowhere to be found on Stefanić's paperwork. So this is just wow. Simply wow. Let's continue with this stuff. So he came here. We are here now on the page 2, and he will now present all the stuff he did in order to establish the evidence, right? That's what he's doing now. And now he's going to talk about that he got the photocopy of the daily work schedule for a such and such day. Photocopy of the work order for the police officer, obtained recording of the video surveillance system at the police station. Obtained a printout of the event from the report of the police officers on duty for 21st/6. Therefore, June the 21st of 2024. He got the printout of the event, report, police officer duty reviewed, obtained recordings of the video surveillance system, obtained statement from police officer Jaka Rezel, obtained statement from police officer Rok Rezel. And this is where I'm going to stop, because he also obtained statement from Stojan Pevec, but this is where I'm going to stop, and because he's going to concentrate on this here, and he's going to go a little crazy for about a half an hour, preaching me the difference between the name Rezel and Rezelje. Let's go with this stuff. It's like going to the certain individual and ask him about the incident. He tells you, I got nothing to do with it. It was another individual who did that. And making basically the deal out of that for I don't know how long, just as you are about to hear. And it wasn't about him making deal about it. The one who made the deal out of it was Miran Sodin, obviously, and Sonja BREZNIK afterwards.
Protokol predvideva Pridobili posnetke videonadzornega sistema na policijski postaji, opravili pregled pridobljenih posnetkov videonadzornega sistema, pridobili izjavo policista Jaka Recla, pridobili izjavo policista Svojega Kretla in pridobili izjavo policista Roka Rezga. Opravili pogled v pravilu, če ne bo reševanje.
He doesn't stop here and he continues. Reviewed the rules on resolving complaints against the work of police officers. Reviewed the Act on Tasks and Powers of the Police. Have reviewed the police rules. Explanation of police powers and conduct to the police officer in specific incident before explaining police powers and compliance of the police officer's conduct with the applicable regulations in the incident. It is necessary to explain the following provisions of the ZNP Pol, which refers to the content of the appeal procedure. In the appeal procedure, disagreement with the action or omission or an action by the police officer in the performance of the police duties, which might constitute a violation of human rights or fundamental freedoms. The subject of appeal procedure cannot be objections of request for judicial protection in misdemeanor proceedings or various documents or initiatives that do not meet the conditions set out in the paragraph 1 of Article 138 ZM-Pol, especially when they refer to disagreement with the prescribed method and manner of work of the police or consular complaint against procedure. So basically he again lectures. He lectures and lectures and lectures something he does not apply absolutely anywhere, because he went and he forged all the evidence. As you're about to hear, he did not even demonstrate in video recordings or absolutely anything. He concentrated on the issues which had nothing to do practically with the investigation procedure pertaining to my complaint, to protect the two police officers. So this is going to be yada, 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 all this stuff. If you like, go ahead and read one. The appeal procedure is not established whether the person who filed the appeal committed or did not commit a criminal offense or misdemeanor. The appeal procedure does not enable the appellant to avoid criminal proceeding or the misdemeanor proceeding and prescribe sanction of the criminal offense and misdemeanor. The appeal does not establish the disciplinary compensation. This is the shit basically that he wrote on his report and furnished one to me on demand one from me to sign one on October the 25th of 2024 together with TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, who came from Ljubljana. I must tell you that Pevec was yelling, screaming at me with other police officers during MK Ultra in respect to this part up there. That already this part make their life miserable and so on, that they had to go and so on. Blah, 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 blah. I am not going to be reading this stuff. This stuff you can read from the paperwork. He talks about the widow. He talks about the widowers. He talks about the sex partnership, father, adoptive mama, adult brother, adult sister, about fucking nothing to do with my case. And it's the stuff that he does not only talk in my face at Novo Mesto police station in front of Napečnik on October the 30th. On October the 25th of 2024, but he also uses this to trash the paperwork with which he furnished me and which I am practically forced to sign. So let me see, where do we actually even start talking about? Okay, so this is basically when we finally start to talk about business. Ground of appeal: inappropriate communication and attitude of police officers in police proceedings. So this is where he starts to probe, according to him. This is how he sees this as a probing. 3.1, ground of appeal: inappropriate communication and attitude of police officers in police proceedings. Regarding the above ground of appeal, the following can be established based on the collected information and evidence. This is where I will continue to translate to you, but right now he will be talking about this stuff, and I don't think that we should listen to this shit, because you go crazy if you listen to this guy. That's what he's paid for, basically.
pojasnilo policijskih oblastil in ravnanje policista za konkretno dogodbo. Pred pojasnitvijo policijskih oblastil in skladnosti ravnanja policista za legalni predpisi za dogodbo je potrebno pojasniti naslednja določila zakona o nalogah policije v nadaljevanju z protokol, ki se nanaša na vsebino pritožbenega postopka. V pritožbenem postopku se lahko uveljavlja nestrinjanje z dejanjem ali opustitvijo dejanja policista ali upravljanje policijskih nalog, ki lahko pomeni kršitev človekovih pravic ali temeljnih svoboščin. Predmet pritožbenega postopka ne more biti ugovori ali zahteve za sodno varstvo v prekrškovnem postopku.
So this is blah, 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 blah. Go on, go on. Let's... So this is crazy shit. He asked me over there. Basically, we start like a new chapter at minute 20, and now he just keeps going and melting more of these rules. Let's see this stuff here.
ali registrirani istospolnih partnerskih skupnosti, oče, mati, posvojitev, polnoletni brat, polnoletna sestra, polnoletni polbrat, polnoletna polsestra, polnoletni otrok, polnoletni posvojenec ali pastorek, svojci. Ste razumeli tega? Če ste to razumeli, pa smo dobro.
Ja, razumel.
He asks me about this paragraph here, all this shit, all this stuff. All this blah, 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 blah. And asks me if I understood what he stated me. And, you know, I understood why I'm there, what needs to be done. Basically, I say to him, yes, of course I understood. And then you have TOMAZ NAPEČNIK imitating a psychiatry appeals. They were making fun of the psychiatric pills. They were making fun of the stuff I've spoken about was done to me with these psychiatric pills. And he does a loud, obviously taking advice from psychiatrist Peter Kapsch. When I said to him, if I understood, did you understood? Stefanić asked me, did you understood? And I said, yes, I understood. And at the same time, you have NAPEČNIK going, this is Novo Mesto police station, no? This is at least what they thought it's going to be like. Warn me about whatever. Let's do this stuff again. Why was he asking me if I understood this part? Why was he asking me if I understood this part here? Complete bullshit part. Complete crap, basically. Again, why was this guy not asking me about this stuff here that pertains to if you don't agree with, you have ability to complain to, etc., etc., etc. Why was he not asking about this and taking time to make sure whether I understand the important part and not the part that is just basically concentrated in the issues that have very little importance when compared to the other part, I mean.
Glede navedenega pritožbenega razloga na podlagi zbranih obvestilnih dokazov ugotoviti naslednje. Predmet bil posnetek video nadzornega sistema policijske postaje na Obosto za Stefaniče in Avlo, v kateri se je dogajal postopek pod prekršitvam Boštjana Avlca in policistom. Pri pregledu video nadzornega sistema je bilo ugotovljeno, da je prekršitvam Boštjan Avlca pod 11 policijskih uri prišel na Stefaniče policijske postaje na Obosto in na podstopu do Avlo policijske postaje. Tam se je na poti do dežurnega policista in začel pogovor. Sodin je na poti Božji pregled do biti dežurnega telefona. Pri pogovoru dežurnim policistom se je razkril, da je na krstnik in ljudje na drugi denarnica, tudi denarnice pa dokument, ki je pregled dežurnim policistom in ga čez čas za nazaj.
Okay, basically, I prepared myself. I prepared myself to continue from here, and this is where he goes. He is like this. He explains to me like this. Ground of appeal, appropriate communication and attitude of police officers and police proceedings. Regarding the above ground of appeal, the following can be established based on the collected information and evidence. According to the video surveillance system of Novo Mesto police station was obtained for the staircase and the lobby in which the procedure between the complainant Boštjan Avlec and the police officer took place. When examining the video surveillance system, it was established that complainant Boštjan Avlec arrived at the staircase of the Novo Mesto police station at 1:59 p.m. and then entered the lobby of the police station. There he went to police officer on duty and started conversation during which he placed an object in the form of a mobile phone on the counter. He did not get upset during the conversation with the police officer on duty. Why the fuck would I get upset? Stefanić. What is the reason? Why would I go? I go to the police station. I go to ask for assistance, for the police assistance to report crime. And I don't understand what exactly would be the reason as per why would I get upset. I am not completely certain about it. But it could be that on June the 21st of 2024, I might have also was explaining to the police officer, receptionist, dispatcher at the lobby area, at his request, of course, exactly what the MK Ultra procedure is, because it did happen either on that occasion or on the following occasion. And I think it actually happened on that occasion. Now, the question is, why would I be upset? Am I missing something here? Maybe the Stefanić wants to explain about why would I get upset. The police officers, dispatchers even, receptionists even asked me for explanation of MK Ultra. All that stuff counts. This is SONJA. BREZNIK have written that I did not even know how to explain what MK Ultra is. And trust me, I am going to find explanation which I have given to that police officer. And also to Rezel. Those are already three with what you have heard me explaining to Stefanić earlier on July the 19th, 2024. That's already 3 times explained to these people what MK Ultra is. That's definitely sick shit to say that I came to police station without even knowing, explaining to a police officer what MK Ultra is. You crazy. So why would I get upset, by the way? Any idea about? I came to the police dispatcher, to the receptionist at the main lobby at the police station Novo Mesto, and I started what I deem would be a productive conversation, of course. Friendly relation. diplomatic relation. And Stefanić come to conclusion that I did not get upset. Maybe I want to explain about that stuff. That's an interesting one. Crazy if you ask me, but all right. If I was a police officer, I definitely would not write that one on the report. Makes no sense to me. He did not get upset during the conversation with the police officer on duty. He took off his backpack and took out his wallet. That's very nice. I'm glad he did not write that I was with a rucksack like Miran Sudin did. It's a big difference between the rucksack and between the backpack. So something little we already have about what went on. So I took out the wallet. From the wallet, he handed a document to the police officer on duty. Of course I did, because I was trying to be as nice and as friendly with him as much as possible. That's exactly what this is exactly who I am. This is exactly the way I do the stuff. I did so that I could make things easy. I don't know how many of you have realized Sonja BREZNIK referred to me on her letter, and so did Stefanić as AVSC. Not Aussitz, but AVSC. I will only say to you this. My last name is Aussik, and Sonja BREZNIK, deliberately so, based on MK Ultra scenario, anywhere from Nurse Janko to Robert Golob to Milan KUČAN to everybody from Novo Mesto police station, neighbors, were laughing at my last name and referred to one. If you give to somebody something, and his last name would be Aussitz, in Slovenian, they explained to me the proper term is Avseca. Avsecu. Excuse me. Avsecu, Auseca, and so on. The way they refer to me on their correspondence, or the police correspondence on their district attorney, they refer to me as Avsca, for which they claim to me is grammatically extremely wrong and will be done so deliberately to distort my last name. Well, I don't care about it, but Sonja BREZNIK with Milan KUČAN did play with Robert Golob with this kind of issue. Everybody involved, they lynched my last name and were making fun of it. Milan KUČAN associated my last name with the word Auschwitz. He associated my last name with, through the schoolmates, the grammar school, since the grammar school, with the German name, etc., 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 which I started to change to sound German, Außer, literally out of resistance, literally out of rebellion of this violence against me. I started to play with them deliberately, so that the stuff that they refer to me in a way, with such a hatred, the way they handle this thing, I want them actually to see it, that I feel good about it, deliberately so. Since I was child, since I was in the kindergarten, was Milan KUČAN preoccupied with my last name. My last name was a big problem to him. He took off his backpack and took out his wallet. From the wallet, he handed a document to the police officer on duty, who returned it to him after a while. He then put the document and the phone in his bag. He went to the table in the lobby and sat down on the chair. There he put a document in his wallet and then everything back in his bag. At 2:08 p.m., the complainant Boštjan Avsec stood up, woke up the police officer on duty, to whom he said something, and left the lobby of the police station and went up the stairs. No, I did not go anywhere up the stairs. Yeah, well, the police officer was the one who... The police officer who was there, his name was Rosman, and he did so based on MK Ultra scenario, maybe, I don't know. No, it was not the same thing. I have to go over that stuff. The complainant, Avsec, returned to the police station at 2:11 p.m. At the time, a police officer and a police officer from OKC-1 patrol entered the lobby of the police station. There was no communication or any gesture between them. At 2:12, police officer Rok Rezel came into the lobby of the police station, sat down at a table opposite the complainant Avsec, Boštjan Avsec, and began a conversation during which she did not appear to be upset. Why the hell would I appear to be upset? I don't understand this. He said that it was a Rok Rezel who came to the lobby, and I did not appear to be upset. Again, investigator, I returned back to the police station and met with the Rok Rezel, and again, it appeared I was not upset. Police officer Rok Rezel stood up and left the lobby of the police station and went inside. He returned to the lobby of the police station with the papers, sat down on a chair opposite complainant Boštjan Avsec. Remember the stuff I was talking to you about? And began a conversation with him. There was no... Listen, it doesn't matter to me. This stuff does not matter to me beyond the stuff that they play with, bullied, harassed with, even my last name during MK Ultra. It's not okay. Anyways, and began conversation with him. There was no sign of any gesture or agitation during the conversation. Judging by the hand gesture of the complainant Boštjan Avsec, it appears that he was explaining something to police officer Rok Rezel. 2:21, police officer Rezel stood up and went inside the police station. Patrol officer from OKC-1 left the police station, went through the lobby to the official vehicle. There was no communication, gestures of any kind, or gesticulation between the police officer. I don't know what a gesticulation is. I don't even know what a gesticulation is. What is the gesticulation? Gesture or what? I don't know. Gesture or any kind of, I don't know what that is. Between the police officer and the complainant Boštjan Avsec. Police officer on duty, Rok Rezel, entered the lobby. Interior of the Novo Mesto police station with the anti-slip system, which apparently did not press hard enough. Therefore he... What? Police officer Stojan Pevec on duty and police officer Rok Rezel entered the lobby in the Novo Mesto police station at 2:28 p.m. The police officer on duty blocked the door to the interior of the Novo Mesto police station with the anti-slip system, which apparently did not press hard enough. Therefore, he walked back to the door and fixed the anti-slip system. He also walked to the entrance glass door, which he fixed so that it was closed all the way. He walked back to a police officer. Really? I did not even notice that that Stojan Pevec was actually... Thank you. Why was he so worried about these doors, Stoyan Pevec. He was not looking to have a fight that day. Why was he so preoccupied to make sure that the doors would be closed everywhere? What happened to him, to his mental state, before even meeting me, that he walked around and was checking the doors, whether the doors were closed properly, all the doors were closed properly? Why would he be doing this? Based on MK Ultra scenario, that stuff was also involved. That's right. That's nice. I'm going to even say thank you to Stefanić for mentioning that stuff. That was designed to increase the anxiety, because everything was done based on MK Ultra scenario. But anyways, why the hell would you go and start checking if the doors are closed in front of an individual who sits in the lobby and is trying to get the assistance from your police department? Simply assistance doing his best basically to get information, and starts this procedure. This is a big procedure. It's not a small thing. He also walked to the entrance glass door, which fixed closed all the way. He walked back to a police officer and complainant and started a conversation with the latter. I don't know what the latter is. During the conversation, the complainant stood up. The police officer, Rezel, also stood up and fixed the chair by pushing it to the table. No gesture of gesticulation was visible because of the mirror. During this, police officer, Rezel, is holding papers in his hand, and it appears that complainant is explaining something. During this, there is no aggressive or offensive attitude on the part of police officers. Complainant Boštjan Ausec picks up his bag at 2:31 p.m. Thank you very much. The case is proven. Nothing was visible because of the mirror. Janez Ogulin, previous director of Novo Mesto Station, Gulaj, Igor Juršić, Štefanić, in front of me, in front of psychiatrist Petar Kapš, who always was present at Novo Mesto Police Station. Neighbor here, Metod Jerman, police officer. Robert Golob, Milan KUČAN, Golobić, spent years contemplating on how to position cameras at the Novo Mesto police station in the lobby area, so they only would get a video recordings that would benefit them. And according to what I stated right there, obviously have also positioned at tables inside of the lobby area. Years in front of me, making fun, Robert Golob, inside of Novo Mesto police station, saying to me what you will get and what you will not get. The video recording was crucial, and everything is ANDREJ, Stefanić have described have absolutely nothing to do with reality. The whole thing, except the play with the doors, and not even that was properly described, is a lie. I did not stood up. It was Stoyan Pevec who approached me in a very aggressive manner, just as I already have translated the part number 1. June 21st, everything was translated, everything was described. It was a desperate attempt to create a physical confrontation based on which the police officers hoped for psychiatric hospitalization would take place on June the 21st of 2024. Nothing described matched anything that took place between me, Stoyan Pevec, Jaka Rezel, obviously, on June the 21st of 2024. Nothing. And in a little short, you're going to hear me after I play you this audio recording, because this stuff is important. I don't agree with anything. Further, ANDREJ Stefanić did not present a video recording to me, which is fucking insane. Men, if you go to the store and you demand a videotape, they have to supply you a videotape through the security company that provides by the law if something happens. You have the right to request the videotape, to review the videotape. If the crime is on the tape, wherever you are, you have the right to review. Wherever property is, you have the right to request through the police, literally, existence of the videotape, for them to provide the videotape. We are at the police station, and the police station, the so-called inspector, class number 2, as he referred himself to us, he did not provide me with absolutely any proof. He did not demonstrate that he is a deputy chief of police, inspector specialist 2. This is what this guy is. Head of the organizational unit rapporteur. He did not bother to even present me a tape. What is it that you don't agree? Nothing, because nothing that you described was the way it was. Forget about going in, going out, going in, going out. When it was done based on MK Ultra scenario, as I described, in such a violent way that if you subject people to this type of torture, there will be very few people that would not have a problem with it. The two guys were both searching for absolutely anything to put their hands on me. I stood up. When Pevec approached to me and he practically entered my space. There was no reason for him to come on the other side of the table to me. So you are saying that there was a mirror and the mirror did not allow you to video record him when he came to me? You know something? I don't believe, because he's bigger than myself. And he came right to me on my side of the table where I sit. He would come like this on practically, you see it, it would be on this side, really, on the left side. He came from the left side to me, to be in front of me. And so I look, then I had enough. Then I also stood up, because I wanted to know what is he trying to tell, what he came to me in my space, basically, that is important to come in my space to me like this, asking me basically, what do you want, in a really hostile way. Is this how you do it? I find it strange that Stefanić did not notice anything like this before he approached to me. That camera, that mirror must be really big. It makes me feel as if mirror blocked the whole fucking thing. So, is it that mirror always there? Is that mirror more important than a camera? Surveillance, basically, of the entrance, of the main entrance of the police station. I will let this audio go on, because I do not argue with the Stefanić. For one thing, I have to say to you, he is looking at me as he proceeds with it. He just started talking about who entered, what entered. I said, I like it. I said, I'm glad. It looks like that you recorded me. I'm glad that you recorded me. I know exactly what I go through. I know exactly where we are heading, what exactly they want, and I want them to understand that I don't have any kind of problem being video recorded and such. In fact, that I actually even like this stuff. You just go on with it, I said. I cannot make any kind of conclusions yet. And you're going to see that even after he ends his stuff that he does, the only thing I do is really, really shortly, I tell him I don't agree with anything, but I do not aggravate the situation with him because of the stuff I have stated to you at the beginning of the video. These are very dangerous people. There is no need to aggravate stuff with these people. The point is to get the job done. Why have I gone through this? I have gone through this stuff for very, very simple reason. I've gone through this stuff to simply obtain the proofs against Novo Mesto police station. And to obtain the proofs against Novo Mesto police station, it's not necessary to get in a conflict of any kind. It's not about the Novo Mesto police station, but it's about the judicial system in Slovenia. It's about exposing the court, the justice system, how it actually functions, how the whole thing is designed. Because European Union as well as United Nations, European ombudsmans, commissioner, European Union commissioners, they ran me over so many times claiming me, but you have not exhausted all the possibilities that Slovenia has to offer. The nature of my visit to the Novo Mesto police station was diplomatic mission, was to obtain as many as possible proofs about their unwillingness, not only about Novo Mesto police station, but also what followed up, to cooperate in this matter, to assist according to the law. This is what it was, not a conflict with these people. I came to simply do something at that point in time. I'm not going to say that I shouldn't even do. It was the proper thing to do. It was the proper thing was to reopen the crime, genocide claim, and what better way to do it than dealing with the people who were involved in this stuff. The point here is the nature of my visit was to demonstrate to the world the complete unwillingness to comply with the law in absolutely any way from the Slovenian side. This was the nature of my visits. From the moment I have experience with the Rezel, with Pevec, hostility, where I came for the last time to do it in a nice way. From the moment that I saw the hostility, the way they mistreated me, it was no longer about obtaining help from the Novo Mesto police station or through Slovenian judicial system, through state prosecutor, Ministry of Interior. It was about proving the world that my oath claims against Slovenia, as far as the law, constitution and everything, were valid, are valid. This is a genocidal, murderous state on the Balkans that belongs to the Russian Federation, to the Serbia. These are homeless dogs that crave for their Belgrade owners. They don't know how to find their way back to Belgrade, and obviously they think they're going to get one through me. So that's what this was all about. I don't care. The only thing I do is I smile to him as he asks me. He asked me about the reviewing of the tape that has nothing to do basically with reality. The only thing I smile through. I don't bother with it.
Voda.
Ja. Ok, samo reči, da imate vse tako, da to narejamo, kar dajte naprej.
what he is doing is, basically, I already established that the stuff that he's doing is bullshit. It's of no value to me. I demanded from Stefanić to see the video recordings. This was during the meeting between me and Pevec. You can hear this from the recording of June the 21st. I demand from both police officers the recording of the lobby, a video recording of the lobby. I tell them there was an incident between them and me. With my explaining them, I will complain to them, stating to Pevec, stating to Rezel, both in the face, I will file complaint against their conduct, and will also demand the tape to be furnished for that purpose. I told them, I demand the tape of today to be saved and prepared for investigation, because I will file complaint against both of you. And I did the same with the Stefanić. And I am sitting at the police station many months later, six months later, I sit inside of the police station with Stefanić, with whom I had conversation 5 months earlier, and he did not provide any kind of tape, anything, any kind of proof, absolutely anything to assist me with. How can that be good? I take the water from my backpack, I explained them, I'm gonna drink. As the two are looking at me, I said it's water and I'm gonna drink, so they understand that it's just the water, the bottle of water, that I'm gonna hydrate myself. That's all there is to it.
Med njimi ni prišlo do komunikacije ali kakršnih gestikulacij. Ob 14:11 uri je v policijsko glavo policijske postaje prišel policijski dnevnik Rok Rez, ki se je usedel za mizo nasproti pritožnika Boštjana Avca in začel pogovor, med kateri ni bilo videti, da bi se razburili. Policijski dnevnik Rok Rez se je 14:16 uri vstal in glavo policijske postaje Črnemu pragu. Nazaj glavo policijske postaje se je vrnil z listi, se je usedel na stol nasproti pritožnika Boštjana Avca in prišel pogovor. V drugim pogovoru ni bilo videti kakršnih koli kreten ali razburjenja. Po kretnem programu pritožnika Boštjana Avca je videti na nekaj razlaga policijsko-kriminalistke Rok Rez. Ob 14:21 uri se je policist Rok Rez vstal in odšel v notranjost policijske postaje. Policistka in policist patrulje Roke Cejena ob 14:26 uri stopila v notranjosti policijske postaje in šla skozi avlo vodno službenega vozila. Med policistko in policistom ter pritožnikom Boštjana Avca ni bilo komunikacije ali kreten ter kakršnih koli gestikulacij. Dežurni policist policijske postaje, dežurni policist Stojan Pevec in policijski dnevnik Rok Rez sta ob 14:28 uri stopila nazaj v avlo policijske postaje Novo mesto. Dežurni policist je vrata za notranjost policijske postaje Novo mesto zablokiralo za protidržnim sistemom, katera pa očitno ni dovolj pritisnil. Zato je stopil nazaj do vrat in popravil protidržni sistem. Prav tako je stopil do vhodnih steklenih vrat, katera je popravil, da so bila zaprta do konca. Stopil nazaj do policista in pritožnika se začel pogovor s slednjim. Med pogovorom se je pritožnik vstal, zato je stal drugi policist Rok Rez in popravil stol, tako da ga je pomenil do mize. Samih kreten ali gestikulacij, da bi pogledala ni videti. Medtem policist Rez z Rok drži liste, videti je, da pritožnik nekaj razlaga.
Okay, this is basically a torture because it doesn't have nothing to do with reality. I mean, everything described, even the way it was described, didn't have anything with reality. Where the fuck was Stoyan Pevec at the time? I alleged that he acted aggressive, as the most aggressive of the two. What happened with him? Did he sit down? Did Stoyan Pevec sit down? Where is the Stoyan Pevec police officer whom Rok Rez have gone to call him into the lobby? Where is he? What was he doing at the time? Based on explanation of Stefanić, he was sitting. Yeah, I don't recall him sitting anywhere. He was acting very aggressively in front of me. Now, you see, so this kind of report, this kind of stuff is worth, it's actually worth really like to pour the water out without even demonstrating you a video recording or anything like this about the incident, and making up things, twist things basically in exactly the same way as I explained. They were twisted for the report. It's nothing other than a theft of time. It's driving one insane, basically. So, useless.
Po pregledu posnetkov drugega nadzornega sistema je bilo ugotovljeno, da je bil do tega dne postopen z pritožnikom Boštjanom Malcem policist kriminalist Rok Rezel.
This is basically when he ends the stupid stuff that had nothing to do with the reality pertaining to the video camera, and he concentrates on the name Rezel. Yeah, I am gonna reduce this like this. I'm not gonna read this because it has nothing to do with reality. Basically, it doesn't make any sense to talk about this stuff. When reviewing the daily work schedule of the police officers at the Novo Mesto police station, it was determined that police officer Rok Rezel was on duty in the morning between 6 and 4. This is where he started to talk about the issue of Rezel and Rezel, Jaka Rezel, Jaka Rezel, Jaka Rezel. So this was the specialty of the Novo Mesto police station. The two have the first name and almost the same last name. One is Jaka Rezel and the other one is Jaka Rezel. So the mistake that one can be done, it's actually quite easy based on what I see. Rok Rezel and Jaka Rezel. So this, you're gonna hear him now. He start to talk about. Let me read for you. Let me read this for you. The complainant Boštjan left lobby in the Novo Mesto police station 2:32 p.m. The police officer then went inside of the police station. After reviewing the video surveillance system footage, it was determined that procedure with the complainant Boštjan Ausec was conducted in that day by police officer Rok Rezel and not police officer Jaka Rezel. So, evidently that I stated to him and that is yet to be determined. Something that I have to determine whether he was Rezel, that I said that him was Rezel or Rezel, because it's the same day. And I am sure, actually the same last name, and I'm sure that the two have a completely different assignments. Just already by Rezel wearing a civil uniform and not uniformed police officer, it should have been evident to Stefanić whether it is about Rok Rezel my complaint or it was about the Jaka Rezel my complaint. Yet he refused to do so and started to talk to me on October the 25th, 2024 about Rok Rezel, Jaka Rezel, as he stated in his complaint. So he claims that the police officer in fact was a Rok Rezel. Okay, that's based on the claim of the Stefanić. He makes the point right there in front of me that a police officer, just as you can see right there, is rock rezel. No, if you go to the top of this complaint, his complaint where he presents SONJA, where SONJA BREZNIK findings, you will see that she is actually referring to rezel, not to the rezel. So this clusterfuck so efficiently written from the side of this state prosecutors, police officers, that even the person that would want to consider investigate this case simply would give up on it. Look at this here. Look at this here. She claims it was for the Jaka rezel, when in fact it was for the rock rezel. Do you understand the stuff I'm talking about? This is not the professional work, the police work. This is not the way you do police work. But basically create a dementia, such a dementia that even the police officers, other people that would investigate this stuff, they would run away from it because they would not even understand what the fuck is all about. Making it so difficult for the police officers that they would not even consider this as a case to investigate. And then we are not dealing with the police. Then we are dealing with a crime, basically, from the police station. She went and started to talk about the rock rezel, and Stefanić stated on his crazy complaint the issue of rock rezel. This is important because he was giving me half an hour lecture. Do you see it? I can see it from the distance already. So this is his paperwork this is the paperwork he supplied me with. This is the paperwork he supplied me on October the 25th that I had to sign. What the fuck am I going to do other than sign? What can I do? And the paperwork that he created, look what he is saying. Zoper policista policijske postaje Novo mesto. Stojna pevca in Jako recla. Do you see it? Jaka recel here. This here. He did this so stupid, that deliberately so, that he could apologize any investigation, anything he would rationalize with his own dementia, basically paperwork. This police officer is not qualified even to swipe the toilets. With the police officers like this, they swipe the floors in United States of America. This one would not survive one day in the American police force. He would only do it once like this. The next time he would be looking for the job somewhere as a security officer or something like that. Because you don't do this. You don't complicate. You're not paid to complicate. You're not paid to evolve crime. You are paid to solve the problems at taxpayers' expense. Taxpayers pay you for you to do your job, not to create a clusterfuck. So, what the fuck is here to say? What is here to say about when he went and he altered and twisted everything, that I came for the police station, I came for the help, and I got this kind of help, basically. Look what he is saying in English language. And he does this in a very patronizing way, by the way. Like lessoning me. Like, oh, I got you, It goes like that he's proving that, some mathematic theory or something. After reviewing the video surveillance system footage, it was determined that procedure with the complainant Boštjan Ausec was conducted in that day by police officer Rok Rezel and not police officer Jaka Rezel, as he stated in his complaint. To him, to the Stefanić, I stated on the complaint. After the Stefanić failed obviously to assist me with the proper name, or I should say choice for the proper name. When reviewing the daily work schedule, so he concentrated on this mistake that I have made. He concentrated on the mistake that I made pertaining to the Jaka Rezel, Rok Rezel, and just as I stated, I still have to go through. I have to go through that part. After reviewing the daily work schedule of the police officers at Novo Mesto police station, it was determined that police officer Rok Rezel was on duty in the morning between 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. and police officer Jaka Rezel was on duty in afternoon between 4 p.m. and 2 a.m. An interview was conducted with the police officer detective Jaka Rezel, who said he did not have procedure with the complainant Boštjan Ausec that day, all through the later mentioned him in his complaint against the work of the police officers. He allows the possibility the complainant Boštjan Ausec confused him with his colleague Rok Rezel, who actually had the procedure with him. However, years ago he treated the complainant Boštjan Ausec as an injury party in a criminal offense, which was why the later probably remembered him and confused him with the police officer Rok Rezel. Police detective Rok Rezel said in the interview that June 21st, 2024, he was performing the duties of police detective between 6:16 at Novo Mesto police station. Police officer on duty at Novo Mesto police station called him and informed him that he had a client for him in the lobby in the police station. Upon arriving in the lobby, he noticed a citizen sitting there who introduced himself as a Boštjan Ausec. In the interview, he asked him to state the purpose of his visit. The complainant Boštjan Ausec said in the interview that he was requesting a detention order from director of the Novo Mesto Police Department Igor Juršić, and that he would request this later. On that day, he allegedly reported to the Novo Mesto police station because of violence against him by the police using MK Ultra. This violence had already been perpetrated against him since he was 1 year old. Then the complainant Boštjan Ausec wanted to file a complaint against the work of the police. At that time, he went to the police officer on duty to get additional sheets of paper and the pen returned to the complainant Boštjan Ausec. So, I don't even know if it makes sense for me to do this, because it doesn't have nothing to do with the reality, because I did translate the audio, the meeting between me and between these people, which took place at Novo Mesto on June the 21st, 2025. And it had nothing to do with it. By the way, I did send audio recording, everything ANDREJ Stefanić really needed to get the job done when I was at the police station. I did send these people an email, they asked me, and I did send them the details about this meeting and so on. And so, if you have an audio recording as a police officer, investigator, inspector, substitute of director, don't you think that maybe you could do actually a real job based on at least what you hear. No, it was nothing like this. I didn't come like crazy to do the stuff at the Novo Mesto police station. I became very calculated, with a lot of knowledge, and foremost, I followed the protocol, proper protocol. That basically is a matter of priorities. I did not go and confuse myself, throw the issues all over the paperwork to look crazy. If you're going to listen the recording of June the 21st, 2024, you're going to see that when I came to the police station, I explained exactly why I came, what was the nature why I came. No, and I didn't come like a crazy man to go against director of Novo Mesto police station alone, and then made my mind to also file, by the way, the complaint against police station and so on. This is bullshit. But it had to be done. It had nothing to do with the reality, though. What Stefanić is describing over there under his findings had nothing to do with the reality. I calmly, however, drink my water, and I just let the shit to go through, because I knew that this is what's going to happen once I go and I meet him at the Novo Mesto police station. You already know by the delay of the procedure that it took him so long to address me with this problem that nothing actually is going to be okay. You already know that you're going to be dealing with this kind of stuff. Now, the thing is that if you start to protest, and that's why he had this guy from Ljubljana, this TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, with him on October the 25th of 2025. If you start to protest and ask questions and so on, you can, who knows, maybe you never make it home and put the stuff on the internet. So the best thing is to smile through this and just do whatever the hell they say and then follow up on it. Because this is a Novo Mesto police station, as it was acknowledged by even ambulance worker, by the psychiatrist Ivo Kusmachin in Ljubljana. This is not the place, and worker from psychiatric hospital Ljubljana also involved. They all threaten me about doing something like this. It's not the right place to even file complaint against if it's where the crime was done to you. The one who caused this crime were United Nations and European Court for Human Rights. I should say European Commission, European Human Rights Ombudsman, etc., 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 which simply refuse to assist so many complaints I have submitted to them. They did not take me seriously, so claiming me that I did not exhaust all the instances in Slovenia before I would be entitled basically to file the complaint against them. So I had no choice. I know that this is crazy stuff to do, but what exactly do you do? Do you sit in the car and you go to Ljubljana when you don't have 1 cent, single cent inside of your pocket? Just remember, I was not even allowed to approach to Office for Employment, basically the state employment agency, that threatened me, just as they threatened me if you're going to choose yourself a physician in Slovenia, they're going to enter you in the computer, and the moment they enter in the computer, it's a psychiatry. It's a psychiatry. They hospitalize you and so on. So what exactly chances do you have? What exactly would that stuff do to you? You do, if you're silent, you do your work, you continue to follow up, and you do your stuff, and you move on basically through collection of the criminal evidence against the people. That's all you do. But you can under no circumstances go and object, challenge them, whatever. And that's exactly what I did. Let's go. Let me see what else is here. Against at that time he went to police station on duty. This stuff you have all translated below the video. All this dementia that Stefanić have written about, all this shit is translated. You have written that in Slovenian and also translated to the English. Yes, it makes no fucking sense, and it in no way represents me in a way the way I am. In absolutely no way. Police officer on duty to get additional sheets of paper and pen and return to complaint. This is crazy because it had nothing to do with reality. Then he stood up and went to get a police officer on duty. He mentioned here Stoyan Pevac. It was this cretin, I'm going to say by the name ANDREJ Stefanić. It's like an animal. This is an animal, man. Stoyan Pevac was selected by the Milan KUČAN. Literally brought to the Novo Mesto city. Literally they found him a white through this case. Everything in his ass. Now, he was one of my favorite police officers. And I had nothing to do with his first name, which name is Stoyan. Stoyan, however, is a Serbian name. I don't know, is a Serbian... I think it's a Serbian name, Stoyan. I am not the one who gave him the name Stoyan, just like I'm not the one who gave my father name Savo. Savo is 100% Serbian name. Nobody has a name Savo. So, how did this cretin found a relation between me, whom they have labeled as a neo-Nazi, these people here from Novo Mesto police station, and the first name of Stoyan Pevac, Stoyan, that was extremely disturbing, troubling. I don't know what else they explained to me I was doing to Pevac. They claimed that I was abusing Pevac during MK Ultra. They claimed that I was the one who was abusing him based on his first name, and I don't know what, etc., etc., etc. So he went ahead and changed his name from Pevac to Pevac. And I told you that Stefanić was playing with Golob, with Golobic, with KUČAN, also with my last name, Ausec, Avca, and so on. Pevac bi bilo like a Serbian name, Pevac, you know. They associate the name of the Pevac with Divac. Yeah, Vlade Divac, who was also involved in this, Serbian Chetnik Vlade Divac from NBA. I'm sure that you know about him. They demanded from me to see Stoyan Pevac as Stoyan Pevac because of, obviously, because of the first name of the name Stoyan. That's it. This guy, does he look like a Serbian? Not even a little bit. Not in absolutely any way. So, what I told you before, that this guy, Stefanić, was growing his stuff in his head. This lunatic, you would not even find one in a Hollywood horror movie. I don't have anything else to say. He found the way to connect me with his schizophrenia, basically. Stefanić is a schizophrenic. He saw himself in his own madness, in his own lunacy. Demanded from me to acknowledge him as funny, as fun, but also dangerous, capable to arrest, to destroy, etc., etc., etc. So, what can I say? Thank you to Stefanić. There is your another proof of Stefanić playing with the last names. We're going to use this, just as I demonstrated you. He referred to the Pevac as Pevac. Look at that. Look at this. Stoyan Pevac. Look at that. Evo ga, Stoyan Pevac. Evo. Now we have a Stoyan Pevac. Police officer Stoyan Pevac. Station Stojan Pevac and Jako Recel. Obtained statement from police officer Stojan Pevac. This seems to me, this stuff is translated like this, only in English language. Is it really? Then I have to thank this to the Google if that's true. Against the police officer of the Novo Mesto police station Stojan Pevac and Jako Recel. Ooh. Okay. We want to play with the schizophrenia here with this stuff. Easily, why not? Stojan is a Serbian name. This is not a Slovenian name. That's for one thing. And if you want to expand this to the Sergei Laurovich, Brin, Larry Page, I did explain their portion of involvement in MK Ultra. The only thing I am going to do is basically going like this and copy this here that you see. I'm not playing with this stuff. This is not a big deal for me at all. Let's do this stuff again. Page one of this here, police officer, this and that. What I need to do is a really simple thing. Where the hell is the page one? It's up there. Okay, so this is the page. All right. So you can see here, right there, you can see it. I'll take this off. In Slovenian language, you can see it in Slovenian language. Stojan Pevac v postopku v pritomnem policistu odnos predstavljenega. Let's do it like this. F Pevac, boom. No, we would not do that stuff. Let's do it like this. Why is it doing that stuff to me? That's not true. That's just not true. We have that on the page number 1. Clearly stated pivots right there. We have seen that stuff. Why the hell is the Google doing this kind of stuff? If not to prove that I'm a schizophrenic or something, then I'm making this shit up. I do not know. But there is a Stojan Pevac. Okay, you can see it right here. And this issue was exploited during MK Ultra by Novo Mesto police station. And it appears to me clearly that Stojan Pevac is translated automatically by Google Translate into Stojan Pevac. Just like this. So it appears that Sergej Mihajlović Brin, which is a Novo Mesto police station, Illuminatis made sure that automatically, do you see it? Whenever you would enter Pevac, the Google Translate would translate this name, last name, into Pevac. So there you have it. Now I understand why you accented me Stojan Pevac and that kind of stuff, and his first name and so on, and play with that kind of stuff. All through the play with his first name Stojan was a long. I'm not really a fan of the names of the Serbian names. I will tell you honestly. So any one of this here that you would enter, pivots, I need to see if the only thing that translates into the pivots, we need to see this stuff, is what I demonstrated here. Yep. It appears that if you enter here, in Slovenian, last name, PVCA, it appears it automatically translates this into something else. This is actually interesting. I find this interesting. Policista Stojana Pevca. We're gonna enter this paragraph into the Google Translate. It's actually really interesting. Because it properly translates into the stand of the singer. Singer is pevec, is singer. Stojan is Stojan. I don't even know how I would translate this. A stand or whatever. But if you enter this in a sentence, so therefore we do have a programming that was involved on MK Ultra. They did talk about this stuff already. They discussed this stuff during MK Ultra. It turns into the Stojan Pevac, which is absolutely not his last name. Thank you. I'm going to say thank you for that stuff. It looks like that this was not happening only to the Stefanić, but I must disappoint you, it actually really did. To the Stefanić, a whole lot of stuff was happening in his head. It did. It did. This is the stuff that was happening to Stefanić. I'm sorry to disappoint you. This shit was happening to the Stefanić. This shit was happening to the Stefanić. It was happening to the Jurčić. It was happening to the police officers from Novo Mesto who probed all this stuff. They investigated all this stuff. They did. Yet, it appears to me that they like it. So, it was happening to the Stefanić. Stefanić was the one who was absolutely probing everything. If he wouldn't appear to TANJA FAJON this stuff, to Milan KUČAN, to Robert Golob, after all, we wouldn't have this kind of problem, would we? So yes, it did appear to him. He is a whack job anyways. He is. You better believe it, he is. Ladies and gentlemen, a meeting between me, Stefanić, TOMAZ, NAPEČNIK had absolutely no fucking... Many people would refer to one as a waste of time, but what I was really collecting that day is the proof that nor Slovenian police, nor Ministry of Interior, judicial, I need to be very careful with this stuff here. It's judicial, it's not judiciary. Judiciary is judicial, judiciary, system in Slovenia is one big failure. The only thing I can recognize for Slovenia, they managed to pull in the mud also those whom I have embraced on my way into the freedom out of Yugoslavia, and that's basically European Union. They managed to pull them down and drown them in exactly like manner as to themselves. But of course the Germans do not give a three fuck about, because I'm not German. This is not happening in the Germany. Germany is not on trial, nor do Italians, even less. They don't mind this kind of problems. They love nothing more than this kind of problems, and the same shit is with the British. So, yes, I completely understand. I had no idea that this whole thing would turn into this kind of stuff. I had no idea that this is going to result in this kind of stuff. That this is just going to multiply into the bigger and bigger and bigger and more hungry and more thirsty crime. Barils in fondo, basically. Barrel without a bottom crime. That this shit will just keep growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. With the cretins having a good time, enjoying themselves, and basically my wasting time like this. Life, not time. We are getting ahead of this stuff. We are getting ahead of this stuff here. I pretty much broke down about what Stefanić insisted for those tapes. That for me, this stuff is not worthy to go over with. It doesn't make absolutely any sense to review about his craziness, his perversion. The stuff that he states has nothing to do with reality. For me to match this would be act of lunacy. I, after all, did make sure that I did translate it and described exactly what took place on June the 21st of 2024. And if you want to understand what Stefanić is talking about on his report, then all you have to do is basically, in respect to his investigation, then all you have to do is basically follow below and read through in English the stuff that he's talking about. However, the stuff he's talking about is a lunacy. It has nothing to do with reality. The people that are Slovenian, fluent in Slovenian language, this whole thing become easily questionable already if they listen the conversation between myself and Stefanić, which took place, the first conversation between the two of us, police report, which I filed through him on July the 19th, 2024. It becomes evident that Stefanić alone is... Nothing is okay. Nothing is okay in respect to this stuff. It has nothing to do with reality. Nothing got the reality. That's what's got to, with the reality. What this got with the reality is nothing. Zero. Like I said, he's not qualified to even swipe the floor at the police station. He would not last as a police officer in the US one single day. In a single day, he would cease to be a police officer. I did all this stuff here. He talks about something that he explained to me, that I can file the complaint in writing and so on. The complainant Boštjan also said that he had already written or typed the complaint at 900 pages in English. He goes sarcastically, really brings me the paper and so on. During the conversation, the complainant told him that he was not competent or in enough position and that he should bring someone in a higher position. Rezel, basically Rok Rezel suggests me to just go home and type 900 pages long complaint for him and bring one back to the police station, preferably in Slovenian language, so they could review my complaint, and in meanwhile I would continue to get maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep a day, 4 hours of sleep a day, what would be equivalent not even to 4 hours of sleep a day, and have police basically stalking me through the city, creating all kinds of incidents and attacks, opening my mail, destroying absolutely everything, causing damage, havoc, and killing my father in meanwhile at general hospital in Novo Mesto. I should say home for elderly people in Novo Mesto. That's basically what he suggested me. And he says, that's what we are here for. And I said to him, no, that's not what you are here for. You are here basically to assist those in need. And if somebody comes to the police station and wants to do a police report, you are here. Your job is to take the police report when that person is, if the person specially insists on submitting that report personally through you. And if you don't have one to assist, then you have to get either your supervisor, your colleague, somebody else who can do it. And this shit, Rok Pevec, also investigator Rok Pevec, because he stated that Jaka Recelj is a detective, did admit it afterwards with Stojan Pevec, whom he went to call, stating me that there is such thing, there is such people who can do the report for me, however, that I do have to come in the morning hours instead. They admit being wrong. Both of them basically finally admit, based on MK Ultra scenario, if they would not somehow manage to pull me into confrontation, they could exploit to do damage to me. If I would be lucky, based on the promise of Rok Recelj, then, only then, he would tell me. So basically they wasted time with me at the police station hoping for the worst, till they had nowhere anymore, nothing to exploit, and finally told me that I have to come in the morning hours to get the job done, because there's actually nobody that could assist me in afternoon hours. So this is basically, I need you to pay attention to how extremely he is paying attention to the issue of the Recelj and Recelj, opposed to stuff that was really crucial for me to understand and explain me, pertaining to the where to take the complaint from within, as I stated earlier. And in continuation, you're going to hear Stefanić saying, no, it doesn't have nothing to do with us. We typed the report for you, and now you take the report to the district prosecutor. I asked Stefanić, and whom in continuation, to whom can I complain this? And he said, no. He says, not to the police. No. This has nothing to do with us anymore. He does not write this. He doesn't write that I directed him to take complaint further to the local district prosecutor. He doesn't write that he advised me to go to the local state prosecutor. He tells me that this has nothing to do with us. After he basically does a lynching, he lynched my report. A report I submitted to Stefanić on July the 19th. He destroyed one together with assistance of Napečnik and creates dementia and basically demands with this garbage for me to go to the local state prosecutor. Now listen, pay attention to what he talked about the Recelj and the Recelj, how much time he spends on that stuff. This is where he start to talk about. Recelj and Recelj. Look at this now. Listen. He's making a big deal out of it, stating that it was other police officer and not the police officer that I alleged a normal police officer, as a police officer, well, yes, you do have to put this on a complaint procedure. Yet I have to investigate the issue behind the Rezel and Rätsel pertaining to the meeting of Stefanić, to see how he approached me with the issue of Rezel and Rätsel. Was it really that I did, which possibly I did because of the similarity of the first and last name? Usually when meeting a police officer, if such issue is in question, the police officer would make sure immediately that he knows who exactly was, which police officer was right there, by simply, I don't know, I have no idea, by asking an individual what the individual looks like. Could you describe him so that I can see which one of the two it was? Because we have two police officers, one is Rätsel and another one is Rezel. I have to make sure. This is already the stuff that easily would classify. I have to see about the Rätsel, the original audio meeting that took place on July 19, 2024 between me and Stefanić. So, he's making a big deal out of it. He had opportunity and job to not even make deal out of it. When I met him, it was his job to make sure about which police officer was that. So now we have to see whether he did this, he tricked this stuff on deliberately so that he will have something to write about in continuation, or was it really my fault that I really convinced him, that was so convincing that it was for a police officer, that issue made him so many problems that he had to go and state basically that I alleged it. It's very easy to see whether police officer is on your side or is against you. How he is interpreting you, how he is positioning you, in what way he wants you to be seen as. It's over with MK Ultra.
Pri pregledu dnevnega razporeda dela policistov policijske postaje na mestu je bilo ugotovljeno, da je med dopoldanskim časom med 6 in 16 uro v službi policist kriminalist Rok Rezel, policist kriminalist Jaka Rezel je v službi v dopoldanskim časom med 16 in uro.
He continued to make a big deal about it by explaining, based on the work schedule, who worked at what time and who came to work at what time, something I already have described you earlier through the text that I read to you about. It's also very important to note, he pulls out the paper where he is hiding some information in front of me and treat me like, like some kind of a dangerous suspect, offering me the paper and basically demanded from me to see, like in a quite angry way, basically. Do you see this? Do you acknowledge this? Do you this? And so on and so forth. Talking about the Stefanić right there. Let's continue. Basically demands the statement from me to acknowledge who worked that day through the work schedule. He shows to me, listen to this, listen to this. Like he's insulted, basically. Like I insulted him, but basically making him such a big problem. The way he says to me is like, this is a schedule, such and such, Jaka Rezel. Practically, I don't even get to see what the fuck he shows me. And he says, okay, just like you heard right here, let's do it again. Ne, nije okay. Nothing is okay. Nothing is okay. Nothing is okay. This was a portion of MK Ultra that pertained to the work schedule of what ANDREJ Stefanić insisted me will make a big deal for me. He talked to me during MK Ultra something about also tricking me in respect to the work schedule, that he will demonstrate me the work schedule. So nothing is okay. Nothing is okay. When it comes to Rezel and Rezel, very similar name, the work schedule that he demonstrated right there to me was also involved in MK Ultra. He was making a big deal out of it. He was making a big deal out of it by stating me that, I don't know, that incident is going to take place when he's going to take a vacation or something like this, when he's going to be on vacation or something like that. And he was making a big deal out of the schedule of the two guys. So nothing is okay. But this, that he was talking at the police station during MK Ultra about the schedule, that's going to have something to the schedule, that I'm going to come right after his education, explains that I did mention the crime when I came to the police station on June the 21st of 2024. He was behind the crime. Nothing is okay, therefore. This explains a whole lot. He explained that he was behind the crime all the time, talking about the Stefanić, which also pertained to the schedule. And with the schedule, Stefanić also played in front of me during MK Ultra. I precisely do not recall right now what exactly he had in mind, but it was something that had to do something with his vacation, and it's going to take right when I'm not when I'm at the vacation or whatever it was. Based on MK Ultra, he dreamed about the crime would take place when he would be on vacation. It's when I would come to the police station and so on and so forth. Nothing is okay. That portion of MK Ultra, when it comes to Rezel and Rezel, was rehearsed during MK Ultra big time with none other than Stefanić. He harassed with the name Rezel and Rezel. Nothing is okay. And then he tried to make himself look also important, smart, just for me trying to, because he insisted on how I have to see, the this that I have to check. That's very important. He was making action on things that did not make any importance, basically. Basically, he tried to pull out as much as proofs on behalf of the police, just as I stated, searching for the proof of the schizophrenia as much as possible. Nothing is okay. Nothing is okay. I asked him, can I see it one more time? Can I see it one more time, please? And he says, just a moment, please. He is very angry at this point. He is acting insulted in front of me right now. He is playing an insulted person. Just pay attention when I say to him, just a moment, can I please see it one more time? He basically disregards me. He says, just a moment. He says, like, don't bother me, basically. For you, it was crucial, this here. That's all there is to it. And he moves on, basically completely disregarding me. He gets really, really nasty with me. He would not show me anything. I asked him. Now he acts like a real asshole. I asked him. So I was talking to the rock Rezel. He found such a wrong person to fuck with. Let me explain something to you. When you're going to try to make the point out of nothing to me, what's going to happen is you're not going to even see in me in absolutely any way, because I'm going to smile to you. I'm going to side with you. I'm going to sympathize with you. I'm going to be happy for you. But boy, are you in trouble. When you try to play a hypocrite in front of me, you try to play a smart person, a smart guy, trust me, I will smile into your face. I'm going to be so nice to you that you're going to lose yourself in my niceness. But you are in a big trouble. Because this is the way I do it. Maybe I'm going to even play scared in front of you to give you more fuel. But eventually you're going to be run over. I will play this again.
Okay.
The pivotal for you was this here. You saw it. That's all there is, basically. He talks to MOJCA GOSENICA, giving her a timing, and he says there also was not change of the schedule or whatever, etc., disregarding me. So I asked him in a polite way. And he misunderstood, obviously. He thought that with his arrogance, he made a point in my face by doing this. I asked him in a polite way. So I was talking to... Listen to this. You know, I told you I'm very, very diplomatic when it comes to my visits, official visits. Very diplomatic. Very, very cautious. And you will never get past that. I address Rok Rezel. I say, with the Mr. So I was talking to the Mr. Rok Rezel. So maybe he misinterpreted. Maybe he thought that I'm afraid or that I'm confused in some way. And basically I do this because I sensed that he was trying to make a big deal out of it. And I want to make this big deal out of it so big that I want to magnify basically his attitude. So when I say with the Mr. Rok Rezel, he acts like insulted, angry basically in my face. That's the way I do it. Do you know what he stated to me? He stated to me, you told me, Jaka Rezel. To me, you told me, Jaka Rezel. Like, are you fucking dumb? Or what the fuck are you? I asked you in a nice way. So I was talking to Mr. Rok Rezel. In a really nice way, I asked him. And said to me, you said it was Jaka Rezel. So, I'm not at the police station to argue with you, man. And obviously you get paid basically to make the big deal out of no fucking deal, out of the deal that is there because you made it. That is Stefanić. That is the real Stefanić. Let's continue with this stuff. Let me play this to you again, and I will amplify this stuff. This is how you do not want to treat your customer at the police station. Like this.
Okay. Šta je to pogledano na stvar?
To je za vas ključno, to da ste bili. Rok Rezel 616, Jaka Rezel, ravno tako pa ni spremembe razporeda odobrenega strani.
Jaz se s gospodom Rokom pogovarjal.
Meni se smo pogovarjali z gospoda Rezla. To nadaljevalo.
This is also idiotic because I say to him, to be completely exact, I say to him, so I was talking to Mr. Rok Rezel. So I was talking to Mr. Rok Rezel. So I was talking to Mr. Rock Rezel, and he says to me, you told me Jaka Rezel. Like, I try to acknowledge what, no, it's not like, but I try to acknowledge, find the common ground with Stefanić, and I say, I say, and I say, so I was talking to Rock Rezel. So Mr. Rock, so I was talking to Mr. Rock Rezel to acknowledge, so we can be productive and we can move on. And he says to me, instead of saying, yes, it was Rock Rezel you have spoken with, he goes, you told me you spoke to Jaka Rezel. So this is basically the answer he gives me. So we have an attitude, you know, we have a reasonable amount of attitude from Stefanić that day, on also present on October the 25th of 2024.
Okay.
And I just say, you know what I do? I just say, okay. That's how I do it. I just say, okay. But this would not be because I would take a lesson. I don't do this because I would take a lesson. Trust me, in my okay, there is a whole lot hiding inside in every word I say. And if you're going to play by the words, you're going to lose yourself.
Okay.
Takole, policisti mi se Jaka Rezel čušte, to smo delali spucali, opravil bi razgovor s policistom kriminalistom Jakom Recelem, kateri je povedal. Tudi iz njenega naloga.
This to me is beyond fucking insane. For me, this shit is too difficult. This stuff is too fucking difficult for me to go on with it. Let me do this one more time.
Okay.
Takole, policisti mi se Jaka Rezel čušte, to smo delali spucali, opravil bi razgovor s policistom kriminalistom Jakom Recelem, kateri je povedal. Tudi iz njenega naloga, katerega vsak dan policisti pišejo, je različno, da je bil Jaka Rezel v službi od 16 do 02 ure in v svojem poročilu iz delovnih nalog je nikjer zabeležil, da bi bil kakršenkoli postopek izvajan.
He keeps going like a schizophrenic. He keeps going and keep talking to this girl over there that Jaka Rezel was at work from, I don't know, from 1600 hours to 0200 hours in the morning, and based on the schedule, he found that there was nobody, that he was not the one who would assist me that day. He keeps going about the Jaka Rezel, about Rock Rezel. He keeps going with it.
Policist kriminalist Rock Rezel je bil ta dan službo 6:16 in je v svoje poročilo zabeležil, da je postopek izvajan.
Instead of previously answering my question, now he explains the police officer Rock Rezel was at work at such and such hour, and he did acknowledge your handling your case. So in Slovenia, apparently, stuff like this is a big case for the superintendent, for somebody, for the investigator that basically works in the same department as he does. I think that investigation is going to demonstrate that this man works together in the same department, that they know each other for a very long time, as you can imagine, for the last 30 years, and it will become really interesting for me to review the part where I meet with Stefanić on July the 19, 2024, to see how he did this Rezel stuff. This stuff was involved in it, so I know already that he was behind it.
imel postopek z vami policist Rok Rezel, kriminalist, ne Jaka Reci, kako se navaja v obtožbi.
This is, he continues like a good schizophrenic to repeat himself, basically gesturing me. The one who assisted you was Rok Rezel and not Jaka Rezel, and so on and so forth. That's what you would expect from one that's I don't even move. I just take notes of it. I just listen to it. I just let him do his schizophrenia, basically. That's all there is. I continue to be nice. I continue to be kind. I try to cheer everybody. That's all I do. I want to do the smooth stuff. Get the stuff done, because after all, I'm not there to create problems. I'm there to solve my problem. And by creating problem, it would look like I am causing them, like as if I go to the police station for something else than solving my problems. Come on.
Po pregledu videonadzornega sistema sem se špalil razne zaznamek, katerega sem upomjeral.
Jaz bi samo eno stvar tukaj lahko jesti.
Potem pa ste bil pa vi možnost, da poveste še svoje zadeve in bomo zapisali. Če dovolite, da bomo, da se ne sekamo pa
I try to ask him a question right there, do a little input of my own, and he interrupts me. He does not want me to interrupt him, and what I do is I cherish him. I say, you're correct, you're right, absolutely, basically trying to let me do this. The police officers were invited on interviews, basically. I will present you with their statements. He talks about that upon examining surveillance system, therefore video recordings, I have established to myself whatever the fuck he said. I don't understand. This is what I tried to interrupt him by asking him, well, could you please demonstrate me the video surveillance system? And he does not allow me to ask him even a question, which is actually really important evidence, right? The main evidence was video surveilling system, for which Stefanić, Igor Juršić, Novo Mesto police officers together with a district prosecutor claimed me, Nurse Janko from Home for Elderly, Robert Golob, Milan KUČAN, they claimed me, well, if you're not going to file complaint at the local court in Novo Mesto, the videotape, video recording from June the 21st of 2024 will be simply deleted over, because apparently the police keeps the videotapes for 1 year. This is what they claim me during MK Ultra. And as you see, it took them 6 months for me to have a meeting with Stefanić and Napečnik, and then it took them another 5 months to send me a letter, basically at home. Okay, I don't know. It took altogether, what, almost 10, 11 months, basically, for me to have time, basically, to correspond till, no, actually not so much, 9 months or whatever they needed to even respond me with a letter of my complaints on this issue without presenting me a videotape or anything. All this stuff was involved in MK Ultra. This is how they planned on, designed. However, they also insisted me that already before that, It'll be something will happen to you and blah blah. Yeah, right. Good luck with it. So regardless, without even showing me videotapes, without allowing me to ask for the videotapes, I say to him, please go ahead. Yes, I understand. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. He doesn't want to be interrupted. He does his stuff and say, yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. So I see this also as a way to drive somebody crazy a little bit, you know, because most of the people would say, hey, listen, by the way, you did not even present the tapes or anything like that. And I don't want the heated conversation at the police station. I want them to demonstrate me their conduct. That's what we are there for. Because that's what I want to demonstrate to the world.
Upravni razgovor s policistom, ki je v bistvu jako obvesel v Katrini, je povedal, da tega dne ni imel dostopa z pritožnikom Boštjanom Malecem, čeprav ga je spet omenil, da svoje pritožbe so partnerov policijske pušča pomoč, da ga je pritožnik Boštjan Malec zamenil s sodelavcem Rokom Reznem, kateri mu dejansko ni dostop. Je pa pred leti pritožnika Boštjan Malec obravnaval kot škodovanca v kaznivem dejanju, v začetek se ga je slednjim letom tudi zapomnil in ga zamenil s policijskim Rokom Reznem.
This issue of Rätsel and Rezel, yeah, is now expanded by the Stefanić into the story about the... So he's trying to drive crazy, not do the job basically here, right? He expands now the story about the Jaka Rätsel into the story of a possibility my meeting Jaka Rätsel years ago, years back, when I delivered the computer, a brand new computer for examination at Novo Mesto police station. So he keeps going into completely other topics, other areas. Now start to talk about the case which I am not sure if it wasn't that I escaped from Slovenia to Belarus. I'm not even sure. I think it was that I escaped to the Belarus or Poland or whatever the case might have been. And now he brings the case that he might have known me from the years back when he was investigating my case in respect to the computer. This sound, the sound that you hear right there, wow, that's not me. I'm not doing that stuff. That's Napečnik, basically.
Policijski ministr Reznik je v razgovoru povedal, da je dne 21.6.2024 opravil naloge policijska kriminalista v 16 ur na policijski postaji Novo Mesto. Dežurni policist policijske postaje Novo Mesto Stojan Pelec ga je poklical in obvestil, da ima znan v avli policijske postaje stranka. Po prihodu v avli je opazil, da tam so bili KUČAN, kateri se je predstavil kot Boštjan Malec. Po razgovoru ga je pozval, da se izjavi glede namena njegovega prihoda.
This is basically, it doesn't make any sense. Because we are now going through this part here. We're basically twisting around, and he basically repeat himself, the stuff that he stated before, everything based on time and so on. Now he is doing this from the perspective of Pevec and obviously Rok Rezel. First, he did on the cameras what he observed on the cameras, and now he changed and he is explaining his point of view obtained from the two police officers, Stojan Pevec and Rok Rezel. That's what he's doing now. So let me just say here. this is a stuff pretty much that I okay, we are getting close here. This is already 5 of 7. Unbelievable. I am quite surprised. Obtaining evidence with which the police wanted to prove my mental incompetence in real life. If I was friendly with my colleague, I do not understand that another police officer would approach me in arrogant manner. Then we have crazy stuff again. He is pointing his police officers as calm, rational, logical, smart people, calculated people, and he's depicting me like a demented individual through his writing. Simply depicting me in a way like a crazy wreck or something that came to the police station to cause trouble, like I was maybe drunk or something like that. Let's just see where this is going, man, because this is the way it is. This is already 4 hours and a half, 40 minutes, and before that I already audio recorded another 30 minutes, and I have to join this stuff together, yeah, so it's not a happy one.
Da bo to zahteval kasneje. Tega dne naj bi se na policijski postaji Novo mesto zglasil zaradi izvajanja nasilja nad njim in sicer strani policije preko MK Ultra. Nad njim naj bi se to nasilje vršilo že od njegovega prvega leta starosti. Zato je pritožnik Boštjan Avseč želel podati pritožbo zoper delo policije. Takrat je stopil do dežurnega policista po dodatne liste in pisal, da se vrne nazaj do pritožnika Boštjana Avseca.
This stuff is written here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop here, and this is going to be the end of the part 1. I'm going to join these videos together, the two videos I have to join together, and then we will continue with the part number 2. There is still left, from what I see here, to get translated, at least 2 hours of audio recording. Is going to get much easier here because this is a conversation between me and them. However, yes, this is already 5 hours and 10 minutes of beating myself here inside a room to give you impression about the meeting between me, as it was, ANDREJ Stefanić and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK on October the 25th, 2025, basically 5 years before Novo Mesto police station attempted, together with Miran SODIN, psychiatric hospitalization, Ljubljana Polje, for coming back and complaining about Stefanić and Napečnik and so on and so forth. So this is end of the part 1. Then go to the part number 2 for continuation of this.